It's Sunday, September 22nd, 2024, 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. You're watching Co-op for Two. Today I scheduled a stream without knowing what we were going to play. You know, sometimes you really get an itch to play a specific game, and other times you look around and you're like, nothing is really grabbing me. Nothing's really screaming out to be played. That's why it's sometimes nice to play with someone else who is enthusiastic about playing a specific game. I really want to get this played. Sometimes that can be contagious. I definitely tend to be influenced by, if I'm with someone who's really excited about playing a game, I'll get excited about it. But anyway, this morning I woke up and I was asking myself, what is really calling out to me? What do I want to play? And I have a couple games that are kind of calling me, but they didn't really fit into this Sunday slot. They'll take multiple sessions, etc. So I thought today we'd go back to our standard game we've been playing on some Sundays, Mugbook. I am interested in Mugbook. It's related to the game that I've been working on, New York Noir. And we've been putting off a large case in Mugbook. There is a case that Rob, who's in the channel here, says is a oddly long case, and it's odd because they've stuck it. They stuck it right up front. So if you look at Mugbook, this is a game from the 80s, ultra rare, hard to get a hold of if anyone is joining us for the first playthrough here. So here are all these cases that are stuck in this book. A little bit like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective in terms of cases. But the XYZ drug ring is the second case in this book, and it's a super long one. And we skipped over it when we played, because Rob says it's super long and doesn't make sense to play it right up front. So we skipped over it. Now we're going to circle back and we're going to play it today for as long as it takes. So I am excited about playing a meaty case in Mugbook. In fact, my memory is the last case we played was like super quick. We solved it very easily, very quickly. So maybe today's playthrough will be a little bit different. Let me catch up with the chat, see how everyone is doing. YouTube says 15 concurrent viewers, 5 likes. I think there are other things happening today that you might want to check out. I saw on YouTube some live stream of opening ceremonies of the World Series of board games. If you're interested in that kind of thing, you might want to check that out. What else have we been doing lately here? Last week on Wednesday, we played a game called The Case of the Crypto Killer, which was on the easy side, sort of divided the channel, the comments afterwards. Some people thought it was a pretty cool analog version of a sort of point-and-click adventure where it was about combining objects. I really liked the system, the mechanics of it, but we all agreed it was a little too easy and straightforward. It was a little, it ties in a little bit with Mugbook in that it felt like, having been used to these kinds of mystery games, you get used to the idea of there being a twist or something more complicated. And in that case, it felt much more like you were doing procedural police work to prove who the criminal was rather than figure out who the criminal is. And that's a little bit how Mugbook sometimes feels, that it's not just about, or it's not primarily about figuring out who did it, but how to prove it. At least that's the way we approach it. What else did we do? We played last week a Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan case, The Locked-In Lawyer, which was very enjoyable to talk to the author of that case afterwards. I wouldn't mind getting on a regular schedule of playing the fan-made Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective cases. If people want to try to do it like on the first Wednesday of each month, I'd be up for something like that. If you're joining today expecting us to play Dear Holmes, which is our play-by-mail letter series, we will be getting back to that. We've just wrapped up a case, the Celtic Curse, and we've adopted a system where we take a break between cases, let the letters build up, and also attend to other things. So I think that we will not resume playing a new case of Dear Holmes next week. We'll skip one more weekend, and I think this coming weekend, next Sunday, I will do a game design update video for New York Noir. I think that's we're probably due for one of those, either that or a channel update. Anything else to talk about? I've got my new air conditioner. In fact, I programmed buttons in my thing so I can turn the air conditioner to different speeds. Hopefully you can't hear it. I'm fairly sure you can't hear it. What I'm not 100% sure about is whether the noise reduction I can now turn down a little bit and you still won't be able to hear it. The noise reduction is fairly well tuned here for this audio, but it may exhibit a little bit of degradation to my speaking when it doesn't need to. All right, so we've got the normal group here. Anyone up to anything interesting this Sunday? Yesterday we watched Salem's Lot, the original 1979. There's a Cinemax is coming out with a new movie version of Salem's Lot, which was a Stephen King book. I think they tried to send it direct. They intended to put it in the theaters, and they decided it wasn't going to work, so they've sold it to Cinemax, and that's going to play in the next couple weeks, beginning of October. So we went back and watched the original 1979 movie with David Soul, who I really like, and then the 2004 movie, but it's actually a miniseries. It's 3-hour miniseries in 1979 and then a 3-hour miniseries in 2004 starring Rob Lowe. It was interesting to compare the two different versions, and it'll be even more interesting to see what this new one looks like. So every 20 years or so they remake it. It's a little slow, but there's some cool moments to it. All right, so whether because of the YouTube delay or because no one is up to anything interesting, no one is talking in the comments. I hope what you guys should do when you come and join me, you should prepare, like what can I talk about that I've been up to? What hobbies, what projects? If you're writing something, and then you just shout it out, self-promote as soon as the channel starts. As soon as the live stream starts. Okay, so let's get into Mugbook. Is there anyone joining us today who hasn't watched and joined for a previous playthrough of Mugbook? I feel like these Sunday streams, you never know who's going to stop by. A brief description of this 1980s Mugbook game, if there is anyone new. We've got a map of locations, much like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, with building numbers here. This is the city. We've got a whole set of cases, all take place in the city. You pick one case to play per session. We're a detective, and here are the rules of the game. Essentially, though, much like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, we have a directory of places. This is a fictional city. We've got our alphabetical list of people. We've got our businesses. People are listed by what business they work in this directory. So some people are unemployed or retired. Others we're told where they work. And then we've got some generic entries here. And we've got the detectives we expect that this guy Delaney, who was a detective, a beat cop, who disappeared, may come up in a story or two somewhere. But these are sort of informants. He's got notes about fences who sell stolen stuff, general informants, some pimps, some dealers, etc. There is a time tracking system in Mug Book. Each turn advances through 4 quarters per day. And sometimes what happens depends on how quickly you solve a case or get somewhere. There's an odd system for looking up things. In general, unlike Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective or New York Noir, for that matter, you don't look up a location. You sort of look up wherever you want to go by their name or the name of the business, and then you look up if there's an entry for that scenario that you're playing. So it's a little odd. There are some reports that sometimes come in later into the day, and then the game gets its name from this document here, which is a collection of criminal mugshots and their stats, their height, weight, race, and summary of their criminal history. So you've got a big section of these. Sometimes you'll search through here to see if you can find a suspect. And then we've got an alphabetical listing of them here. And then we've got people who, it's not 100% clear what differentiates these two, but these are sort of, these could be international people. They're not all from this city. Maybe just people that you've heard about that could be serious criminals. You don't have a crime history for them, but you've got some information about them. All right. What else is different about the game that you need to know about? The other piece of this that's sort of significant is that when you go to look someone up and talk to them, you can declare ahead of time an alert. And an alert is sort of like calling for backup before you visit someone. So occasionally you'll read something that says, hey, if you've called for an alert, then branch off and read this, otherwise read that. And so if you call in for backup, an alert, before you visit someone, you might get a better outcome. Like if the person puts up a fight, it will be good that you call for backup. But if there is no entry for that, if there's no special entry for calling an alert, then you're penalized by losing a turn, losing a time. Then at the end of the game, you declare that you want to arrest someone or do a search warrant in a specific location, and then you turn to the end of the book to find out. There is a system for keeping track of your points as you go through, mostly useful for multiple players, so we don't bother with this. And then you'll remind me, hopefully in the channel, if there's anything I forget. All right. So let's take a look. 1984, Keith Olsen is the author of Mug Book. All right, so we're going to play the XYZ Drug Ring, the game, the case, the notorious case that we've skipped till now. I should say one other thing. Rob, who's joined us today, has scanned in the materials for this book. There are links in the description of this video, so if you want to go download PDF versions of these materials to play yourself, you can. Obviously, you can only play through this case once. It is a mystery. In some ways, in many ways, Rob's version of these materials is better. It's not just because it's in digital form you can search, which you should avoid doing. But Rob has reformatted all this material, gone through a lot of work doing it for this out-of-print game. I don't believe Rob has actually played these cases. Just gone through, he must remember some of it. But if you want to play along with us today or in a future case, you can go download those materials that Rob has provided. There you go. Okay, so let us read the introduction to this case that we've been skipping so far. I'm curious to see. So I don't know if Rob knows that this is actually a super long case or if he's just assuming it based on the materials, but here we go. Okay, so investigation begins Monday, January 9th, turn 1-1. So turn 1-1 just means that we're starting here. So 1 is like the early morning of the first day. Report. You have been assigned to the Metro Area Drug Investigation Task Force, MAD, a special police unit set up by Mayor Richard D. Charles, Police Chief William D. Melvin, and authorities from all 5 of the surrounding metro suburbs to fight the growing problem of street drug sales in the metropolitan area. Your assignment will be to identify and collar as many people involved in a major drug ring operating in and around the city. The organized drug ring, nicknamed the XYZ drug ring, in a series of investigative articles which appeared in the Metro City Star newspaper in the month of December, has been operating in the city for more than 2 years. Reporter Dan Clayton of the Star spent 5 months doing undercover work to unearth information he intended to publish in the Star's series. However, Clayton was killed when a bomb rigged to the ignition of his car went off on the morning of December 15th, 5 days before the series was set to begin. All of Clayton's finished copy and most of his original notes were destroyed in his badly burned auto. The series was not as effective as it could have been due to Clayton's death. Only the information gathered by Clayton and passed on to his editor, Harold Thompson, was saved and used in the series that the newspaper published. Thompson decided, because of the timeliness of the story, that it was best to use what little material remained rather than send a second reporter undercover. As a result, the series came off big on accusations and speculation, but offered little in the way of hard facts and names. The series, however, was instrumental in Mayor Charles's decision to form the task force. Some of the information contained in the 4-part series included the following. The series suggested that a network estimated to be between 15 to 20 pushers are working the streets, schools, recreation and entertainment facilities, hotels, parks, shopping centers, and other business places in the Metro City area. Clayton established that the network of pushers are receiving their goods from 3 local suppliers who are loosely tied together by a major importer operating on the East Coast. Clayton speculated that the importer maintained at least 3 stash locations in Metro City. Clayton also established that the 3 local suppliers each operate their own local drug manufacturing facilities. A number of businesses are willingly and unwillingly being used as fronts for drug manufacturing and distribution by the 3 local suppliers. Clayton speculated that as many as a dozen businesses could be involved. Some of the places Clayton was known to have investigated during his 5 months of undercover work included the Grand Hotel, Riverside Amusement Park, Riverside Warehouses, Redco Paints, Wilson's Dairy, Crestview University, Westwood Plaza Shopping Center, and Associated Artists Studio. Crime Lab says evidence from the Dan Clayton bombing is available at the Crime Lab. Okay, so it's already available at the Crime Lab, the evidence about the bombing, because that happened last month. Note, because of the Stars series and the publicity surrounding the establishment of MAD, M-A-D, the heat is on and the underworld know it. You will have to work fast before key people skip town or otherwise make themselves unavailable. It has been estimated that the ring could put itself out of business or transfer operations to another city in as little time as 2 weeks. Your priorities in order of importance are: 1, the identification and arrest of the major supplier of imported drugs to the city. 2, the persons responsible for the killing of Dan Clayton. 3, identification and arrest of the importer's 3 local connections. Identification and seizure of the 3 local drug manufacturing facilities. 5, location and seizure of the 3 storage depots being used for the imported drugs. 6, identification and arrest of street pushers, estimated to be between 15 and 20. 7, location of places commonly used for the sale of drugs, estimated to be between 5 and 10. Okay, well, you can absolutely see why Rob thought this was a big case. This looks very serious, like there's a lot of things for us to collect. And it seems like the game explicitly told us that it wants us to get as many as possible. So it feels like we're going to have a very granular score here, depending. Your assignment is to identify and color as many people involved as possible. Okay, and the setup is actually quite good. It's not just this amorphous drug ring. It's that we had a reporter investigating it. He was blown up in a bomb. So these are serious people. And we're given a little hierarchy, a little operation hierarchy, where we've got one supplier, one major supplier. Let's see. There's a network, 15 to 20 pushers at the bottom working out of local businesses. Above them are 3 local suppliers with 3 stash locations. Separate from their 3 manufacturing locations. So you might think of the manufacturing as maybe they're cutting it, like they're getting the cocaine in pure, then they're cutting it at local operations. But are we to understand that the stash locations are different from the manufacturing locations? I guess it sounds like there are, because we want to find the 3 manufacturing and the 3 depots for storage. Okay. So, and then we've got the local businesses participating. And then we've got one main supplier, the major supplier. We're told that's on the East Coast somewhere. And then we've got some people in this operation obviously planted the bomb to kill the newspaper guy. Okay. Wow, we've got a lot to deal with here. So, one thing that's easy to forget in this game, because it's odd the way they did it, is, and I have a feeling they did it because they wanted, well, my guess is that originally maybe it was something that would be for a hint system or whatever, but we're told that there's a crime lab report for the bombing that we can read whenever we want, but there's also a section that summarizes what's expected of you. So let's go to that. It's here. This is a very weird section. Feels like this should almost be hints that you should read at the end. But we've been reading it early. So let's just write down the number of our case today, because that's what we're going to have to be looking for while we play. That's our case number. So when we look up stuff in the case book, this is the case we're going to be looking for. All right, so should we, I wonder, should we read this now or should we, it feels like we know enough, but I don't want us to forget to read it. Okay, let's just read it. Maybe we'll change our mind about this at some point. So it says, see conditions listed at the bottom of the police report. Okay, so in this case, I guess they've told us right here because it's so long, the list is. All right, let's go check out our crime lab report about the bombing before we get started here. Crime lab reports, page 71. So there's some interesting format issues with this game, but one of them that's a little tricky is it is hard to avoid reading stuff from other cases. But okay, here's our crime lab report for the bombing of our newspaper guy. Examination of the Honda Civic, owned by reporter Dan Clayton, revealed that an electronic detonation device had been attached to the ignition system of the automobile. 3 sticks of dynamite manufactured by Coldwell Industries of Shreveport were used as the explosive. The bomb had been taped to the steering column inside the car. Damage to the automobile was extensive. Following items were cataloged and are being held in the police evidence room. Remains of Dan Clayton's Honda Civic and remnants of the detonation device. I'm not sure. Can we go to the police evidence room to look at that? I don't think we can. I don't think the game does that. But perhaps if we're going to keep a card on the explosion, let's note that it was a Honda Civic, dynamite from Coldwell Industries. In Shreveport. Now, where is Shreveport? Is that on the East Coast? Should we be thinking about that coming from our main supplier? Taped to the steering column inside the car. I guess that means someone needs access to the car, but this is the 80s, not that hard to get into a car door. Maybe we can go to the police evidence room for more to look at these. I don't think so, though. I don't think the game lets us do that. Okay, before we begin here properly, I do want to point out, I do think we should look at our list of informants, which I have Xeroxed and made bigger. This is that page that's in the directory. My notes for a previous case, which clear off here. Okay, so because we've got drug dealing and we've got lots of informants on this list that are drug dealers. So let's see, we've got a whole list of dealers. Notice that he's just got their street names. He doesn't have their full names, so you couldn't just look up these people. But in the criminal mug book, we could try to find people with these aliases to get their real names. Let's see what else we've got. Miscellaneous notes. Hooker's Heaven, pot growing. So I don't think this is going to be marijuana case, but the drug dealers may know about each other, so you can imagine we could talk to one of them. Saturday Night Special, these are weapons. Crestview, I don't know about that. Don't know about that. Working Girls. Fences. Bookies. Let's see if we have any informants that might know about. All right, well, if we think it could be mob activity, maybe. Obviously, the dealers are going to be relevant to our case. Okay, we've got Kenny Lark is a drug informant. So that could be useful to us, surely. Burglary, downtown news, stolen merchandise, street news, escort. Okay, so probably mainly we're going to deal with our pushers and our informant who knows about drug dealing. Let's see. Let's go back to this introduction for a second. I think maybe what we'll do is we'll take a little break before we get started into the case, but let me just go through this and see. We had a couple other things that were relevant for us in addition to all these locations, right? We've got a list of locations: the Grand Hotel, Riverside Amusement. We'll come back to this. Maybe I'll Xerox this so we have this in front of us. We'll certainly want to go to the newspaper to talk to him to see if there's any information that didn't make its way into the story. We might talk to Dan Clayton's family. I don't think we can. You can't actually go to their house. Probably if we looked up Dan Clayton, it'll point us to the Star. So, but we'll go there. And then what information did we have about the major importer operating on the East Coast? So when we looked at our mug book, this is actually a perfect scenario for the laser photos because these are all sort of criminals, local criminals. But you might expect that our major importer, sort of kingpin, could be one of these people in the laser photo. And we may want to have a look through here to see if we have any major drug dealers, drug kingpins from the East Coast. Could be organized crime. Wouldn't be too surprising if this was all run by some organized crime operation. But we'll look through these when we come back. Why don't we take a early break here to give people time to disappear if they don't want to watch this or if you want to play through this on your own. Otherwise, I'll see you in 8 minutes and we'll get started in earnest. I'll see you then. Okay, we're back. I hope you've got your coffee and tea because this does seem like it's going to be a long case. I have scanned and printed out our introduction to the case so we can mark this up. There are our locations. Okay, well, I do think it makes sense to me that we might just familiarize ourselves with the largest known international or East Coast drug dealer types, drug suppliers, to just keep our eyes open. We don't yet know. There's no sign that we're dealing with mafia, but we do have smuggler, bank robber, terrorist, organized crime, bank robbery. These are organized crime, smugglers. I mean, Miami, Florida would be a good guess for where you would be. And this is the 80s, so cocaine is a very strong possibility here. Smuggling in, organized crime smuggler from Miami would be a good candidate for us. Well, here we have Luke Big Boy Akana from Hawaii, drug smuggler. Another drug smuggler from Tucson, Arizona. That's not East Coast, though. Drug smuggler from Fort Lauderdale, Paul Borden. That would be a good candidate. Pedro Sanchez, Texas. That's not our target location. Paul Borden, though, keep your eye open for. Here's another Jacksonville, Florida drug smuggler, Andrew Cornfield. It says there's a lot of smugglers here. Like, is smuggling really? It's not drug smuggling, it's just generic smuggling. I just don't know why there's so much smuggling activity. Lots of mafia. Lots of Hawaiian. That doesn't feel like feels like Hawaii is overrepresented here. California, drug smuggler hitman. We're not looking for a drug smuggler hitman. We're really looking for a major importer here. Miami for organized crime, drug smuggler. Trafficker. Maria Salvador Gomez from California. That's not what we're looking for. Okay, well, just keep your eye, just to familiarize ourselves. We do need someone who's experienced in planting car bombs as well. I agree with you. So let's just run down our strategy here. We can talk to the newspaper to get a little bit more information. We can talk to we can visit the places that this guy was investigating. Right? These are either places that he cleared or that were involved, but probably some of these are involved. We could try to locate and talk to dealers. We could talk to our informant, our drug informant, Kenny Lark. All reasonable places to start. Thematically, it feels like our link to this whole thing is this newspaper reporter. So I'm inclined to want to talk to the newspaper reporter's business first. So let's do that. So He works at the Metro Star. Let's just freshen up on our police work and remember how to do all this. It was the Metro Star, right? So newspapers, the Metro City Star. Harold Thompson is the editor. Okay, it's at location 326 on our map, but that's not important. Oh, 326, building 326, and grid on the map R17. So if we cared about that, R17 right here, but obviously location of the newspaper is not going to tell us anything about our crime, really. So we don't need to keep track of that. Okay, so again, we didn't need to know any of that information to look it up in this book. Now we're just going to look up the Metro City Star under M, and then we're going to look for our case number, 1345, and try not to read anything else. So here's Metro City Star, and there's our case number. It says linked to Thompson Harold, the editor. So this is just telling us that to get the entry for here, we got to look up our guy, Harold Thompson. So we just jump to that. Jumping to Harold Thompson and our case, here it is. Okay, Harold Thompson, he's white male, 47, 5'9", 180 pounds. He's the editor of location 326, the Metro City Star. As a matter of fact, we do have something new. One of our people was cleaning out Dan's desk, and she found a notepad with the names Redco, Morris, and Wilson's written on it in Dan's handwriting. Whenever one of Dan's contacts called, he always wrote down the key information. I think this might be something. Okay, it sounds like Redco Morris told us about Wilson's. Okay, so now to remind you, we have to move our clock one tick forward. We're now in the second part of our first day. That's what this keeps track of. We were told 2 weeks, so actually there's our 14th day. So most of our cases have ended after 2 days. This case looks like it's expected to go all the way to here. This seems like a very long case this is going to be. Okay, which is exciting. All right, now let us look at our printout here because those names rung a bell. So there's Wilson's Dairy right there. And there's Redco. So I think what we might, it's either both of these people are places of interest, or he went to Redco Paints, talked to Morris Redco, who turned him on to Wilson's Dairy. So those seem like obvious next leads for us to go to. Nothing is time sensitive yet. You know what I didn't make a copy of is our bomb information. So I'm going to copy that down here. Honda Civic dynamite from Shreveport. And these are supposed to be in the police evidence room. I think before we go visit our 2 places of interest, I want to get some feel for, I want to rule out whether we can actually go to the police evidence room to look at those, because I don't want to forget to do that if we can. So where would we answer that question? Let's see. So there's nothing under police here. What about in our yellow pages? Former private investigators. So there's no entry for police here, but what about, so there is an entry, there are some things down at the back of this book. Football, baseball, city council. Just trying to refresh our memory about this stuff. In case there's anything. I mean, there is a police station. Where would we? We're told here hotels, hospitals, synagogue. I should look on the screen. It's a little easier for me to see it. Just want to make sure we're not missing government, courts, federal government, police stations. Okay, look, here are police stations. Federal government buildings. This game's a little tricky in that it's hidden these things in ways that, you know, if you didn't stumble on this, if you didn't think to look up government, you might not think to go to these places. These are all places we could conceivably go to, though. But we were told it's in the evidence room, and I don't see any sign that there is an evidence room. But we could go to the main police station. I don't know what we would expect to find evidence-wise from these explosives. So I guess I'm going to take this as a sign that we don't need to go check it out. Can someone remind me the rule about if you try to go to a place that's not in the book, does the time count against us? Marco makes a good point here. He says, we do have the name of the police chief. He could point us. I mean, we do specifically, we're told that the mayor and the police chief are on top, are running this. So yeah, you're right. I do think it might be worth tracking those down eventually. But let's see, where's the rule about us? Okay, I just want to time is broken into 4 quadrants, 4 parts of the day. We need to keep track. Okay, it's important to maintain the time chart. So and so. Determine terms. Okay, you make you say where you're gonna go. You look it up. If it has nothing to offer, the case number will not be listed. Whether the player makes contact succeeds or not. Oh, sorry. If the contact has nothing to offer, the case number will not be listed. Whether the player attempts to make a contact or succeeds in making a contact, 1 turn is used. Okay, so that's that. costs us the time to go anywhere, whether there's an entry there or not. Okay, so one time unit passed. I think we should follow up the thread we've got. So we've got Morris Redco, and we've got probably Wilson's Dairy. So let's visit these in order. Let's go double check with Morris Redco and see if he's got anything. Marco says there was also the task force that we're on, the MAD task force, although we didn't see any entry for that. So, okay, so let me just look up Morris Redco here. Let's see if he's in. We're taking our time with this. So what have we got here? There's no entry for Redco. But what about so Morris Redco? There's no entry for him, but we know it's Redco Paints. So here, if we look up Redco Paint. So let's go visit Redco Paint. Now remember, we don't need to know this information, but if we wanted to track it on the map, we could. I'm just going to write it down in case it turns out that we care about locations at some point. Okay, Redco Paint is what we're going to look up here. So I guess we should get into the habit of moving this first. Okay, Redco Paint. After snooping around and talking to several employees, you discover that a small wing of the plant has been declared off limits to almost everyone. Plant manager Jim Barnes discovers you. I don't appreciate you being here. If you've got a search warrant, fine. If not, you know where the gate is. Okay, so Redco does not seem like an informant. It seems like one of the manufacturing or distribution locations, which we're going to have to keep track of. So let's just make a card here for manufacturing or distribution because we don't know which is which. But Redco Paints, you might expect that these would be spread out evenly in the city. So maybe if we find multiple, that's what we should be looking at. But let's put it on our map. Q13, right around here, 332. So there's our first suspected location. Okay, we're looking for 3 distribution, 3 manufacturing. So that's one of our 6, we think. Okay, and then Wilson's Dairy, which I guess we can just look up right here. Wilson's Dairy. Let me just look here first. Wilson. We've actually got a couple of Wilson, but we're looking for Wilsons. So I think we're just going to look it up here. So here we are in the evening of our first day, and now we're going to look up Wilson's Dairy. I wouldn't be surprised if that's all we get out of, that's one of our 6 and there's nothing else to do. Wilson's Dairy is location 149, and we're told we should talk to Wilson Adam, the owner, who's right follows this entry. Okay, let's see. I sure don't think there's anything like that going on around here. I'll ask my plant manager, Larry Melville, to look into it. Darned arthritis. I don't get down to the plant as much as I used to. I sure hope nothing like that is going on. Okay, so we've got a white male, 63, 5'9", 230 pounds. This is the owner. 63 years old? Seems unlikely. Seems likely that he's telling the truth. But if there is bad stuff going on, it sounds like Larry Melville, the plant manager, might know. So he's going to talk to Larry Melville. But why don't we go talk to Larry Melville? And location 1, well, yes, okay. So Wilson's Dairy is at 149. So let's find that and mark it, and then we'll go talk to Larry Melville ourselves. 149. Where is 149? I suppose it might be easier for me to look it up here. But where would it be under Yellow Pages? Farms, maybe? Agriculture? Let's see it here. Let's just try to find it on the map. Although these look like they're spread everywhere. Wilson. Let's see if we can find Wilson. Wilson Adam 149. So the Yellow Page, it's a little hard to find place by number, but they do seem like they're largely by number sorted in the Yellow Pages. So 149, Wilson's Dairy, it was under D for dairy, and O51, capital O 51. So all the way in the corner here. Oh, there's Wilson's Dairy right here. It's actually a big entry. Okay, so we suspect something might be going on at Wilson's Dairy. But now we're going to talk to Larry Melville and see if we can get a better feel for it. So it's the morning of the second day. Remember, we do only have this limited amount of time. And we're not declaring an alert, obviously. We've got no reason to fear any of these people. Okay, Larry Melville, here he is. I've turned the whole plan upside down. I can guarantee you no one's been making or selling drugs around here. He's a resident of Taylor. That must be a nearby town. Okay, so we suspect that there is something going on at Redco, but as far as Wilson's Dairy, that's a big question mark. We have no real reason to believe that there is, other than our reporter's note. No confirmation and no known way to get evidence about that yet. All right. Well, we're on our own now. Where shall we go? I guess our drug informant on the street seems like a logical next place to go. We could also find out if Larry Melville had ever been arrested. That's not a bad idea. While we were saying there's no way for us to find out if we believe Larry Melville, perhaps we would be well advised to do a quick check on Wilson's Dairy and Larry Melville. Now, to look up people, they're not alphabetical here, but there is a very fine print list here. So I think the thing is, I mean, look how fine print it is. We should make a copy of this. And Rob, do you have this list somewhere in digital form? This would be a nice list to have a copy of, but let's just look up. Okay, so no criminal record for Larry Melville. And then Wilson's Dairy, Wilson is also doesn't have a criminal record. Okay, so that's actually useful. We could check Redco. Yes, we could check Redco while we're here. I mean, I don't have any he seems clearly implicated, but let's see if he does have a history. Okay, no Redco, but let me tell you why that was a smart idea. If we found out that he did have a criminal history, we might know about his friends, where he served time. Like, that could all be useful information. Okay. What lead do we want to track down next? I feel like logically we should try to talk to our drug informant, Kenny Lark. Talked when threatened. Okay, so we'll just threaten him. Remember, these are the notes from Delaney, this cop that used to, whose documents we have, whose notes we have. So Kenny Lark. Okay, let's look him up. So time ticks by. I wouldn't mind making a version of this that I could just don't have to actually physically move that around. I guess I could just keep notes on it. Okay, Lark. I wonder if we shouldn't be keeping track of each place we go in a little list. Okay, here's Kenny Lark, and it says, see the mug book. So he's got an entry in there. Let's see. Listen, you know I go out of my way to help you, but this one's too hot. If they ever even knew I was talking to you, I'd end up floating down the Grant River in a coffee can. All right, that's it. He doesn't want to talk to us. It's too hot. That's kind of cool. We got a serious case on our hands here. Okay. Kenny Lark says this case is too hot for him to handle. Okay, let's look at our notes here. We've been to Redco Paint. We think they're involved. Wilson's Dairy, not so sure. So we could retrace the steps of our investigator and go to all of these places. It does seem like that's logical. I don't think the mayor and police chief want to talk to us yet. What about Shreveport? Do we have any? So you might imagine, okay, so let's think about this thing for a second before we go visit these places. Okay, if you've seen, well, let me not say it that way. It does seem like that car bombing, you might have to bring in a ringer from out of town. So I wonder if we should be looking for a hitman who came in from Shreveport. Where is Shreveport? Does anyone know? We were looking up for drug imports, but I wonder if we shouldn't also be looking for a hitman from Shreveport. Where is Shreveport? Does anyone know? Is it a nearby town? I do see that we've got Taylor, which is a nearby town this way. And we've got Littletown to our south, Lakeside to our southwest. There's that Grant River he was talking about. I wonder if that's a clue that they operate around here. Airport. Berry Hills. Rob says the Redco plant manager is Jim Barnes. Did I not write that down? Just look up Jim Barnes. Probably, if we look up Jim Barnes, it's just going to tell. Well, I guess. So if we look up Jim Barnes, he's actually not in this directory. He's not in the white pages. Let me just reread the Redco entry. Okay. The plant manager, Jim Barnes, discovered us. So we already talked to him. So there's no more talking to him more. He wants a search warrant to look through it. We should look up if Barnes has a criminal record. I see. Interesting. Okay. I'm not sure we're going to do this for everyone, but let's look it up. Okay. So no criminal history for Barnes. That's okay. All right. Let's decide where to go to next. It seems like we should probably work our way, retrace the steps of Dan Clayton. Remember, he got killed. This game, we could get killed if we're not careful. Let's see. Where did he investigate that we're curious about? I'm curious about the Grand Hotel. I guess we have no reason not to go to all of these in order. So let's just work our way through them. The Grand Hotel. Okay, we don't even have to look it up in the directory. We just look it up by name. All right, so let me move time ahead. Grand Hotel. No need to declare an alert. Here's the Grand Hotel. And it says it's at location 266. For our case, we're talking to the manager, Albert Goodman. Okay, 266 Albert Goodman. Okay. All right. Here's Albert Goodman of the Grand Hotel talking to us about our case. I knew that Mr. Clayton was investigating our hotel staff. I allowed him to carry on his investigation by giving him a job. Quite frankly, he found that no one on our staff was involved, but I can tell you right now, there is a hotel in town where drug transactions occur right in the lobby. Well, how about you tell us which one that is? Goodman Albert says he investigated here, but he didn't find anything. Okay. But he says there is a hotel where things are happening. Okay, so Albert Goodman says, and we probably believe it if he gave him permission. So Grand Hotel, I'm going to put probably not. I mean, yes, we could look up Albert Goodman, see if he has a criminal history. Maybe we'll check that later, though. I don't think for now. Let's just go to the leads that are most appealing to us. Okay, but in our notes, we should say there's some other hotel. All right, any other hotel in our list here? Probably not. I'm crossing off the Grand Hotel. I know just one guy telling us it's not that is not a reason to exclude it, but we have limited amount of time, and I think because of that, we should go to the places that give us the best lead here. So we're probably looking for another hotel. Okay, well, let's work our way through here. Let's try the Riverside Amusement Park. Amusement parks are always suspicious. All right, let's move time. Yeah, it is hard to remember, but I have been remembering it so far. I'm glad to have someone else. I'm glad to have the channel keeping an eye on things. Okay, Riverside Amusement Park. It says for today's case, it's Paul Rivera. Riverside Amusement, which is location 25C, Paul Rivera. Oh, here he is right here. Okay, Paul Rivera. Hispanic male, 42, resident of Grant. We've had trouble in the past with drugs in the park. Let's face it, we attract a lot of young people, but we've cleaned up the place. We really policed the park grounds pretty well. That's it. So he says, we've had trouble in the past, but they police it pretty well. Kind of hard to have a major operation there. I think if I had to guess, I'd take his word for it. Riverside Amusement, which we said was location 25, which was Paul Rivera. Probably not, although we could check for these two people in our... All right, we've got two people we've ruled out. Let's just quickly look for them in case they've got any criminal history. No Paul Rivera, and the other one was Albert Goodman. Looks like we've got no entry for them. Okay, so if you had to guess, You'd guess nothing going on there either. Warehouses. Now that's a much better candidate for distribution. So let's check out Riverside warehouses. Gotta remember to advance this. We're on our third day. Riverside warehouses. Here we go. After checking the leasing office, you discover that Building H has been leased by a Florida company called Miami Swordfish Company. The lease was signed by Xavier Hernandez. Okay, well, that's huge because that name sounds familiar. Okay, so I think we've got a fairly substantial breakthrough here. So, Riverside Warehouse, which is at 455. Miami Swordfish. I think we've got a big lead now on our main person. Xavier Hernandez. It's from Miami. Building H. Okay, now let's see if we were right. Because that name rings a bell. Let's look. Where is Xavier Hernandez? Out of Florida, East Coast, smuggling in drugs. Bingo. He's a smuggler and works for organized crime out of Miami. And we've now caught him renting a warehouse. So I think we've actually got our main guy's name right here. I believe this is going to turn out to be our guy at the top of our organization chart. Xavier Hernandez, Hispanic male, 5'6", age 53, out of Miami, Florida, with connections to organized crime and smuggling. This is going to be our guy at the top of our organization chart. And we've now identified that the Riverside warehouse, Building H, is probably going to be a distribution hub. Now, it could be that Xavier is not the main mastermind, but I think it's quite likely he is. Okay, let's get that on our map. Xavier Hernandez, huh? Okay, so Riverside warehouses. Where are our Riverside warehouses? Told it's location 25, if these are in order. These are in order, which they're not. Riverside, oh, that was Riverside Amusement Park. Where was our warehouse then? 455. $455. E13. E13 right there. Oops. There's our warehouse. There. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So actually right there is building H. Okay. Xavier Hernandez. So now we could be talking about organized crime, and there's our organized crime connection, and our connection with Miami, Florida, and Swordfish Company. As a reminder, if you've got the digital documents, it might be tempting to go off on your own and investigate stuff, but you can't do it because we got to keep track of time. We're all in this together. So you should not be searching or reading the directories or reading the entries on your own. You can't go off on your own side investigation into the stuff unless you want to completely split off from the channel live play and not help us. So that's fine too. All right, well, I see no reason not to proceed through our list here. 1, 2, 3. We only have 3 more places to go before we have to start opening up our own leads. So let's continue through our list here. We'll hit the Crestview University next. I saw was down here. Here's Crestview University. All right, so we're going to advance time, afternoon of the 3rd day. Let's see. I mean, the university is a big place. I don't know how we're just going to walk in there and ask about drug dealing, but let's see what we can see. Crestview University. It looks like we're going to talk to the president of the university, Parker Howard. 450 Parker Howard. Okay. Okay, here's the president of Crestview. Let's see what he says. Several months before Clayton began his investigation, our campus security ran all the pushers off the university grounds. Clayton came here thinking he'd find something. He didn't. Okay, so that seems pretty convincing to me. Let's rule out Crestview University. It's not a hard rule out, but it's until we get better information, unlikely to be our place. Okay, Westwood Plaza Shopping Center. Westwood, is that right? I don't see a Westwood here. Westwood Clinic. Oh, right. Sorry, that's dangerous. Okay. Westwood Plaza Shopping Center. The head of mall security insists there are no drug transactions made in the mall. Why aren't the cubes working? No drug transactions made in the mall. He refers you to the individual store managers. Aha. So in other words, he says, there's nothing happening. There's nothing happening in general. These stores. Okay, where is our Westwood? Okay, so look. Here is Westwood. So there's a whole bunch of stores in the Westwood Plaza. We could visit each store. But we need some reason to suspect a store. We don't have any yet. We could look up the names and owners of those stores to see if any have a criminal history, any dealing with import, export. But that seems like something we should table for later. Maybe we'll get a direct lead about a specific store. It'll turn out it's here. We'll have to come back to that. In fact, let's make a special to-do card so we don't forget. Okay. So we've only got, this is a big question mark then. Okay, next place on our list here, last place on this list, Associated Artists Studio. Let's see. Associated Artists. We're going to talk to the president, Jay Silverstein. 16. Okay, Jay Silverstein. Let's see what he has to say for himself. The studio president says, Clayton tried to sneak into the studio several times. I didn't go for that. I had him thrown out. So that's an unknown. So this, much like the plaza, may tell us that there's someone at these places dealing drugs, but we need more information before we know how to proceed through there. Did I advance the clock? I don't think I did. Let me know if I did. The problem, it really would be nice if we kept a list of every place we went so that we could backtrack and figure out how many turns we made. Maybe I can keep track of that. All right, well, we'll deal with that later. Well, we've now used up all of the places Clayton investigated. We've been to the newspaper. We've talked to our informant. Ross says, you can print out the time tracker from my files and write down the places visited on that one. That is a great idea. That is a great idea to actually write the names of the places. I could even make a copy of this one and just write in here as we visit a place. That's a great idea. We'll do that on our next break. In fact, we're kind of ready for our break now. It's been about an hour. Okay, let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll come back, give some thought about where to go next. We are back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing through Mugbook, the case of the XYZ drug ring. Clearly a long case. In fact, it's maxed out the time tracker. And Rob had a very good idea. Rather than trying to keep track with this moving piece, much better to keep track by making a scan of it and writing down all the places we go as we go. That way it's very easy to see if you missed a place and you can backtrack and see where you've gone. So our next place will be 4-1. We'll write in the place we go to. We have followed all the leads that our reporter followed. We've got a couple high likelihood candidates for manufacturing or distribution. 2 places that seem very likely, in fact. Redco Paints is the guy who wants a search warrant, and Riverside Warehouse is Building H. And then we've got Wilson's Dairy we're not sure about. We've got the Grand Hotel, no, but some other hotel, yes. And then we've got the shopping mall. The shopping mall where we think there might be an individual store involved. So 2 out of 6, maybe 4 out of 6. Now, it makes sense to me that the next place we go, remember, we think there could be mob activity now. So now that we know the main guy is mafia connected, we might start talking to our mob informants. Remember, we're looking for the drug import-export, but we're also looking for a hired hitman. There are guns for hire that you might imagine, but if this is dynamite brought in, I think we might be dealing with a hitman brought in from out of town. But the best place, it seems to me, to get information might be from the local dealers and work our way up. But I actually did notice something right here. It looks like we've got a contact at Crestview. Remember, the university president said we cleaned up the place. But do we have, looks like we have a contact at Crestview. We might talk to him, see if he knows anything better. And I wonder if we don't have a similar thing with the Westwood Plaza Shopping Center. Do we have anyone who works at the Westwood Plaza who's an informant who might know? Let's make a note. We might want to visit Will Cummins. I'm going to put that on my to-do list. Where is my to-do list? Now, okay. So maybe on the to-do list to also put Hitman. Now, look at these dealers. This is their street name. And if we think it's cocaine, then this would be a good person to talk to. But how are we going to find these people? I mean, here's Charlie V. No, it's not Charlie V, it's Charlie V. Seems like we're going to have to look we'd have to find these people in the mug book. They're probably arrested criminals. But that's all we have to go on, huh? All right, let's see if we can't find some of these people in our mug book by their nicknames. Seems like a lot to go through, though. But we've got two people whose last names end in V. Wonder if we might not start there. We might be looking for mafia-connected people. Let me just take a look here for a second. So we've got some Valdez. We could try to look up these V people first, but maybe it's better to just walk our way through. I mean, this is part of the interesting thing about this game, that some of it does feel like police procedural work that's just going to take some time. Big V, Cherry V. Let's look at our list here. BB, Ho, Tony Joe, Frosty the Snowman, Flip, Organ Grinder, and MD, aka Doc. So I guess now what we could do, makes some sense, is to just be looking through these for AKAs, right? We're looking for people with known nicknames that match our people. And actually, this could be useful for us in future cases. Will Kramer. I'm just looking up their otherwise known as. Won't know of a better way to do this. I mean, obviously, if you had the digital version, you could search, but that seems like it's Tony, Joe, Flip. All right, keep an eye open for that too. I mean, I guess. Let me just look. Tony, Joe. We're also looking for a BB. This is police work. This is not... Okay, so here we've got someone named Tony. Aggravated robbery of controlled substance. Forgery. Doesn't seem like our guy, but it is a Tony. All right, let's just keep our list here. All right, let's just keep going. I realize this doesn't make for the most interesting stream, but this is kind of actually interesting police work. We're looking for people that match any of our names. Either they're AKA. I feel like we ran into Doc before, to be honest. We didn't keep good record. So I'm looking at their names and their AKAs. Vinny, Sweetness, Ronnie, the Ripper. Pop, Tommy Aces. Chan Ho. Honolulu Ho, Uncle Ho. That sounds like a very good candidate for our Ho. Conspiracy to sell drugs. Honolulu. There's our Honolulu connection. Okay, that is surely, this guy is going to be Chan Ho. All right. Well, we're making progress. Who are we still looking for? Big V, Charlie V, BB, Tony, Joe, Frosty the Snowman, Flip, Organ Grinder, MD. Okay. Johnny Pope. Okay, Joey, G.I. Joe, Tinkerbell, Gibbs, Hank Buttress, JB. No, not quite. Frosty. Loitering drug possession. This could be our Frosty. Okay. AD Jimmy. Not looking for a Jimmy. Honey. Hoskins. Flip. There's our Flip. Okay, we are making progress here. And this is progress not just for this case, but for future cases, which is kind of fun. Hoskins. Mark David Hoskins, drug position. These are local pushers. It makes sense that we've got those small scale pushers. So flip is going to be Hoskins. And then we think we got Frosty is probably Frost Nick. So we're not 100% sure on that. Okay, we're making progress. Sammy Norris, Sam the Man or the Rabbit, Matt Keith, Eminem, Rich, Sam Spade, Johnny Tiller, Johnny Simpson, Mort Davenport, Johnny Padilla, Obi, Lefty, Uncle Leo, no, Ollie Khan, Philly, Stan the Man, Vanny Harrington, Coop, David Vaughn, Peter Hudson, Mickey Morgan, Melvin, C.T. Bain, Charlie, Tom Bain, Tomcat, the Fox, the Texas Godfather, Holy Ludus, Swifty Walker, Quinn, Parker, P.W., Quick Eddie, Gomer, P. Martin, Surtees, James Chang, aka Number One, True, Shrewd, and Cunning, Happy Diamond, Tony A. Organ Grinder. There we go. There's another one. Tony Elwerico. Organ Grinder. All right, so we've got another of our low-level drug dealers. Drug possession, second-degree assault, light speech impediment. All right, we've gotten quite a few of them so far. We're still looking for Big V, Cherry V. We might look up names by V. BB. I haven't really been paying attention to the names, but maybe we can find this. Tony and Joe, those seem harder to find. Let's keep going here, though. Black Bart, Ronnie D. Deceased, Rusty Edwards, Jack, Jackie, Wild Wally, David Morgenstern, Joe David Kaufman, Ivan, Jean Louise, Hammond, Jeannie, Thumper, Cynthia, Jill Richards, Margot Fletcher, Ricky, Sugar, PC, Bambi, private pilot's license. Holy cow. Yvonne Swenson, Eva Swenson, Eva Smith. Guess we're in the women's section here. TJ. Blanche Bell April. Deadly weapon, second degree assault. I was going to say, could she be our BB, but not been arrested for drugs. Probably not. Quenchy, Sandy Jones, Cindy, Diane Lee, 80. We're almost done here. Andy, Handy. Broadway Pearl. Look at all her AKs. Prostitution. Okay, so that's the end of our mug shots. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 probable identified. At least 3 of the 4 are very strong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 missing. I believe we found this guy in a previous case. I don't remember who we identified him as. Probably by his occupation. I think we should, before we move on, we could proceed these. I want to see if we can find these BB and Vs from them by names. Take a closer look at these. First of all, let's see if we've got someone with a first B and B. I see right there, Bell B, page 20. Let's see if we can't find that. Page 20. So, oh yeah, there's our Belle Blanche April. Okay, so that's possible, even though Belle Blanche. That's possible, even though she doesn't have a history of drug dealing. Possible that that's RBB. Question mark, question mark. Okay, and then what about Big V and Cherry V? Let's see here. Big V and Cherry V. So we've got a Valdez, Velvet Vigil. So I only got 5 V's here. Let's look them up and see if there's any reason one of them might be Big and one might be Chari. So page 5 is a Valdez. We've got Valdez and Vigil. Let's check out. We're looking for a Big V and a Chari V. Stolen property, harboring a fugitive. He's got mob connections. Benjamin Thomas Valdez. Ben Valdez. He's 5'9", 200 pounds. No reason to call him Chari, but maybe a reason to call him Big. Not really, though. Not so big that you remark on it. I don't think so. What about William Vigil, aka Billy Vigil? Assault, concealing death, accessory, reform school for boys. Not really. Doesn't match our drug dealer. Okay, so we looked up 2 V's. We've got 4 more left. Those were our 2 on page 5. Okay, Valens, page 19. Portia. PC. Robbery, assault. Doesn't seem like she's going to be our drug dealer. Anyone else is left? Page 9, Valis. We got one on page 9 and one on page 7. Okay, how about Sydney Velvet? Pimping, assault, joyriding, mob connections. That doesn't look like it's going to be our Big V or Cherry V. Oh, 9, we should have a V here somewhere. Valis. Charles. Charlie Valis, drug possession. There we go. Took us a while, but we got one of them. Cherry V, or maybe it should be, it does say Cherry V, but this is going to be our guy. Okay, this is why police work pays off. We did catch this guy. I wonder, we've got Big V, Cherry V. I wonder if this aren't the same person, because he's 6'3". Valis. Charlie. We should remember we need to keep these records for our next case. All right, so now the only people we haven't caught is Doc. I believe we found him in a previous case. I think it was because his name was MD. Have we looked at, first of all, before I forget, have we looked at all our V's now? Are there any that we overlooked that I haven't gone to yet? 5, 7, 9, 19, 5. I believe we've seen them all. Okay, now, Doc, if my memory is that we caught someone with the last name of D, Douglas M, MD, and Dixon M. Okay, so if I'm right, page 15 and 18, one of them is going to be our Doc. All right, what have we got here? Dixon Melvin. Possession of drugs, intent to sell. Charges dropped. And that's quite likely our guy. MD. Dixon Melvin. Or what was our other one? Douglas M, page 18. Doesn't have a known alias though. Douglas Martha. Forged documents. Thumper. Surely that's not it. MD. Melvin Dixon. I think that's going to be our guy. We could look for last names with M, but probably. So the only people we have no clue on here are Tony and Joe. Such common first names. But we did come up with one possible Tony, which was Puccillo. All right, I think we got enough leads to pursue some of them. I can see that my blinker is not working. Let's see if I can try to restart the chat. See if that fixes it. Okay, so we've spent a half an hour looking up drug dealers. To me, that feels appropriate for this game. Let's try going to talk to some of them now. We've got a whole bunch of them. We've got a couple that are high priority for us. But I guess we're going to knock on all these doors and see if we can't get some information. Okay. Let's see if our police work pays off. Who should we talk to first? Do we have a priority list here? We've got ones that are less sure than others. Guess there's no real reason to prefer one over the other. This is a question mark one. Let's go through the ones that aren't question marks first. Chan Ho. Sorry. Ho Chan. Last name Chan. Okay, let's try this. I'm going to put drug DD for drug dealer Ho. The guy out of Honolulu. I don't see him here. It could be we're on the wrong track. Or it could be I looked it up, last name wrong. Unfortunately, the only way to do this is to so I tried to look up Chan Ho. That was wrong. It was what's gone wrong here? Last name should be Chan. Oh, that's it. It's Chan W11. First name Ho. Last name Chan. All right, so we're going to visit Chan Ho. First name Ho, last name Chan. Okay, so let's try again, but look it up properly by last name. Okay, here he is. Chan Ho. It says C Mugbook, and there is an entry for our case. He says, "What you hassling me for, man? I ain't done nothing. I don't know nothing." Okay. Well, that was not helpful. Let me just properly put in here. This last name was Chan. Okay, so that didn't help us for this case. Next up, let's talk to Flip, otherwise named as Mark Hoskins. Mark David Hoskins says, "What? Me sell drugs? Come on, you gotta be kidding." All right. So that's it. On this case, we've got nothing to say. Now, you might think this feels like we've spent a lot of time doing nothing, but to me, this feels like real police work. Next up, we talked to this guy, we talked to this guy. I think this is cocaine. So even though Frosty the Snowman is our question mark, I think we should try him. Nick Frost with an F. Whoa! Look at that. So if we had declared an alert, we would get something else. We didn't declare an alert, so this is what happens. Takes off down an alley the moment he sees your car. By the time you get to the alley, he's vanished. So two things are possible at this point. This will be interesting from a game design perspective. So we're tracking down drug dealers, right? And this one, we found them by going through methodically our contacts and looking them up. Being clever and talking to this. But it's possible that this game didn't want us to do it that way, and that we're going to learn about this guy's name from someone, and that because of the way we heard about his name, we would know to call an alert. So I'm going to be unhappy if that's the case, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I still think this is the police work way to do this case. So this guy ran from us. But so far, it looks like dealing with the low-level drug dealers is not helping us. But I still think this is the way to do police work. All right, let's look up our next guy, Flip. No, organ grinder, Alarico Tony. We just need one good lead. Okay, Alarico Tony. He says, geez, what's wrong with you guys? I done my time. Why don't you go pick on someone else? Okay. So far, this has been all wrong, all unhelpful to us. Is it just wrong to be expecting the low-level drug dealers to have any information? No, a low-level drug dealer has to get his drugs from a supply, and that's what we want to do. We want to work our way up. This is still a reasonable approach. Okay, let's look up Charlie V. Valid Charlie. This still seems to me like a good approach. Okay, Charlie Vallis. It's a free country, he says. I can go where I want. I haven't done anything, man, so lay off. Okay. Well, we're getting to know these guys. We're shaking the trees, as they say. Maybe in the next case, it'll help that we know these people. Okay, MD, Melvin Dixon. Let's see if he was right, that we were right, that he was a guy of interest in our doc case. This guy might not even be in here. Melvin Dixon says, you want me to spread them? If not, leave me alone. Okay. I do feel like we're finding the right people. Found our drug dealers. It's going to be useful in a future case. Wow, we spent a whole day and a half tracking down these drug dealers. We've only got 2 more that we even are candidates here. Suppose we've already gone down this pathway. Let's keep going. Uchillo Tony. Let's see if he's even a guy. Sure, Anthony says, you want to search me? I'm clean, man. Okay. Wow, this seems like it was a completely dead end, but we are identifying all the local drug dealers for a future case. Okay, last thing is Blanche Bell. I wonder if that guy that ran from us is important, or if he's just a guy who runs. Feels like, I don't know. There's no entry for Bell, but could it have been Blanche? Doesn't look like it. So I think maybe this BB is not even right. I'm not sure. We still have to pay for that. Let me just make sure Bell Blanche was the right. Well, that's a little disappointing. Last name is Bell, B-E-L. Let me just make sure that I looked that up properly. B. Woodlickards. Okay, so there's no Bell Blanche, so that might not even be the right person here, BB. Put a big question mark. We can get rid of most of the question mark, but we'll put question marks on Bell. All right, well, that didn't quite work for us. Okay, well, there are a couple more leads we can chase down. I'm really surprised that none of the local drug dealers, I guess they're all been arrested too many times in the system. They're too smart. They're like, if you're not going to arrest me, don't hassle me. But it seems like we could put enough pressure on them to get us some information. All right, I can think of a couple more things we could do. We could look up the stores that are in the mall, the plaza, and see if any jump out at us. Or even knock on those doors, but that seems like a lot of wasted effort. I'm curious to go to this guy at the Crestview, Will Cummins. At the Crestview. I mean, we know Crestview University. Is that some other Crestview, though? I'm just wondering if he might have other information. Let me just look up if there's another Crestview. And then there was the hotels. So where's our to-do list? So hotels. Crestview. I already wrote down Crestview. All right, let me look up the other hotels. Maybe there's a Crestview hotel. and maybe knowing the names of the hotels. Now, the reason we care about hotels is one of our guys told us that there's another hotel where they know drug dealing is happening. North Star, Walton, Grand Hotel, 4-Star Hotel, and the Blake. Rob says you didn't add BB to the time trap. Okay, I did add it right there, Bell. BB, but this isn't our real BB, so maybe I'm not going to put BB. I don't think this is our real BB, but we did visit Bell. We did try to look up Bell. Okay, so we could stop by those 4 hotels. It's not 4 other hotels. It's not a terrible idea. There's only 4 of them. Let's do this one first. Let's visit Will Cummins at the Crestview and find out what he's all about. Will Cummins at Crestview. Okay, let's look up Cummins. That name sounds familiar. Like maybe he was arrested for something. Okay, there's no Cummins. Was that the name of the Crestview guy? Let me look up Crestview. Because Crestview was only Crestview University, right? Parker. That's very strange. So look, we looked up Crestview. It's just Crestview University, and the president's name is not Will Cummins. So what does this mean? Maybe it's just someone at the university for some future thing, but why does that name sound a little bit familiar? Just make sure it's not a guy in our mug book. Yeah, look, Cummins, W, page 5. Who is that? Why do we have a note on him? William Byron Cummins, AKL Will Cummins, 3rd-degree assault, former Golden Gloves boxer. Oh, maybe there's a Crestview boxing ring. Or something. Okay, but not relevant for our case. No reason we should think he's relevant. Okay. On our to-do list, have a Crestview contact, but we do have stores, we have hotels, and we have possible hitmen. I guess hotels is as good a place as any. There's only 4 of them. We're just gonna knock on 4 hotel room doors, I guess. Is there a more efficient use of our time? What's our assignment here? We're already in our 5th day. We're actually on day 6 of 15. So we're still not at the halfway point. A major supplier. We think we know who that person's name is. We have no idea who tried to kill Dan Clayton. 3 local connections. Huh. Street pushers. Oh, look at that. Hold on a second. I think that assignment 6 is actually what we've been doing. I think assignment 6 is specifically to put names to these people. So that hasn't been wasted time. I think that's exactly what task 6 is. 15 to 20 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we've got a list of 10. And we've from that list identified most. Okay, well, that's pretty cool then. Then that's not wasted time. I think we might want to talk to this mob guy. Before we go to hotels, let's talk to this mob guy, because now that we suspect this guy Xavier is involved, I think he might know about a local mob contact. All right, let's talk to Aaron Donner. And then we'll check out our hotels. So we're going to Donner, our mob informant. Okay, I feel a little better about chasing down all those drug dealers, because now I think that's one of our assignments. Okay, Donner. Aaron Donner. Okay, so Aaron Donner, there is no entry for our case. So he's got nothing to say. Okay, so we don't have a local contact. All right, hotels. We've got the Blake, the Grand Hotel, that's the one we went to. You had to guess, maybe it's a place nearby, maybe we try, but probably it would be a lesser ranked hotel. So the Blake, the North Star, or the Welton. Okay, well, let's just start with the Blake. Blake Hotel. Okay, there's no entry for the Blake Hotel. Okay, how about the North Star? The North Star Hotel has no entry for our case. All right, next up, the Walton. The Walton has no entry for our case. All right, well, there's only one more hotel. We might as well do it. 4-star hotel. Four-star hotel has no entry for our case. Wow. So either the Grand Hotel guy was lying to us, or just a dead end. I'm going to put in our to-do list, police evidence room, in case we think that that is possibly reachable, and we just couldn't figure out what. Okay. Lots of people with generic downtown street news. Guns for Hire. They might have heard about this hitman, although I tend to think it's a hitman from out of town. Him sex offenders, that's not relevant for us. North Star, hot growing near Samuels, rare book, Internet special. We could try to figure out what drug pusher we're missing from this list. Like, we don't know who Joe is. We don't know who BB is. And we don't know who Big V is. Hmm. Where's my to-do list? Okay, so on the to-do list, you could add general downtown informants who might have heard about the murder, the car bombing, dynamite, Shreveport. I mean, you use dynamite in construction. I wonder if we have a construction services place that might know about dynamite. Do we have construction places? Coroner's office. But he was blown up by a bomb. I don't see any construction. Let's see what the chat thinks. For Big V, we should check out the V names, not the surnames. Well, we can do that. That's not a bad idea. That's a pretty good idea, actually. So in the list, we can't just look it up, but we could look. Let's look for a first name with a V. Harrington V. Let me just make a little list here so I don't have to keep turning to this page. We have a Harrington V, which is on page 15. Pearson V. Torin V. Okay, 3 first name V's. Let's look them up. We're looking for a Big V. Here's our Harrington, Vance Theodore Harrington. He's 6'4", 215 pounds. Assault, disturbing the peace, and manslaughter. That does not sound like our drug dealer, though. 6'4", 215. Maybe. We're looking for a Big V. I mean, yes, he is big, but he's not that big, and he doesn't seem like he would be a drug dealer. Okay, then we've got on page 11, Pearson v. Vernon. 6'1", 195 pounds, possession of stolen goods, evasion of alimony. No, that's not going to be our guy. Drug dealer, page 10. Torin. Vinnie Torin, eluding police officer, DUI. Doesn't seem like him. Boy. Is it possible that Big V and Charlie V are the same person? Hmm. It's possible that it's Harrington. I'm just gonna put it over here. I don't think so, though. Okay. Well, what are we gonna do then? What's next for us? I mean, if we check out these stores in the plaza, I don't know that anything's gonna jump out at us. Like, we need more evidence. We need more names. I think maybe we need to check our downtown informants. We need some clues to help us here. Focus our search. Wow, we had such good initial luck, and then we've hit dead end. But that's police work for you. Okay, we need to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So we're 3 hours into our fourth and longest case of Mugbook. It's a very different experience than Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, even though on the face of it, it looks very similar. It feels like here there's much more of a police procedural checking. Most of the entries have nothing. On the other hand, very early, we got our lead into who we think is the mastermind at the top of this organizational chart and a couple of the distribution centers, and now we've chased down a bunch of the low-level street dealers. We have made no progress on to the assassination of our reporter. And we have a couple of ways we can proceed now. We've identified possibly that there's a store in the Westwood Plaza shopping center that may be acting as a distribution center of some sort. We could check out all these stores. I'm not inclined to try to track them down unless there's a generic entry for the Westwood Plaza shopping center. That lists them all. Where is Westwood Plaza shopping center? All these stores inside there, but not. Oh, hey, look, remember we were asking about our contact at Crestview? I wonder if that's Crestview Manor. Anyway, it doesn't help us. We could try to look up all of the shops, but I don't like that they're not. I don't like that we'd have to find them all individually. It's true that one of the names could jump out at us. Okay, but let's leave that for now. I had a couple other ideas. We've got our general informants downtown that we haven't visited yet. Sorry, not here, but here. That's relevant. That's possibly useful information for us. We tried the gang activity, the mob activity, that didn't work. But downtown street news, those are all candidates. Something else occurred to me, though. Rob says in the chat he can give us a hint from his documents if we need it. Okay, I think we're a long way away from that. I'm not in any rush here. I am enjoying this process. We could talk to the two hitmen that are known locally, although I don't think this was a local hit. I do think it might be worth chasing down a couple leads to whether we can visit this police evidence room. We were told in our report, crime lab report, that the following items were cataloged and are being held in the police evidence room. So we don't know where that is, but it's possible, since there are police stations and there is a main police station, that we should probably go there. See if we can do that. I had another thought too. If we're right that these drugs are coming in from the East Coast, Florida, And maybe if they brought in a hitman, I was looking over the map and it occurred to me that there is an airport. I wonder if we shouldn't head over to the airport to just see if anyone noticed anything, noticed anyone coming in from the airport. Is that even a possibility? I guess if we're going to go to our informants, though, we might as well do it now when we run out of stuff. So let's work our way through these informants. We've got Spider McIntyre, Downtown Street News, always sketchy. Mush Finley talks for the price of a cheap bottle. Tinkerbell Gibbs talks for money. All right, well, let's try it. Let's try talking to some informants. We've run out of our own leads. Maybe an informant knows. Tinkerbell Gibbs. I guess we look that up under G. Okay, so Tinkerbell Gibbs does not have an entry for today's case. I wonder if that means none of our informants are useful for talking to for this case, because this car bomb happened locally, but other than that, this seems to suggest that our local informants are not going to be useful. All right, let's try the police station. Let's see if it's possible to get into this evidence room, because that would be huge if we could get evidence. I feel like the game should tell us, though, if it wanted us to go. Well, this is weird. So, police station, the main police station says 1345, turn to a word section linked to anonymous tips. So, this is an odd situation. Alert. Turn to alerts section and turn for anonymous tips. Okay, so we did get, it's not the evidence room, but a young woman who refuses to identify herself claims that she saw CV put the bomb in Dan Clayton's car. So we've got an anonymous tip. Young woman saw CV put bomb in Clayton's car. An anonymous tip. Well, that's now we know. Always make a note for when we play this game in the future. We should always go to the main police station. I'm just gonna look up and see if under police station there's a evidence room. In fact, let me just look up evidence room. Okay, there's no evidence room. Police station. Police station. No, there's no evidence room. Okay. CV, huh? Well, I think that is worth a trip back to the... Oh, Charlie. We have a Charlie. We have a Charlie. Is that the guy that ran from us? Hold on a second. Is that the guy that ran from us? Surely the drug dealer is not... Charlie V is our drug dealer. Is he the one that ran, though? That's our list. I just have a hard time believing our drug dealer planted a bomb, but where is our list of our drug dealers? How have I misplaced that list? How is it possible that I've misplaced that list? No, Charlie V is not the one that ran. But could it be a different CV? Surely that's not our drug dealer. All right, let me just look up CV here. Is there any other CV? I guess we look under B. So the only CV we know is Charlie Vallis. That's our drug dealer. Let's just look him up again. I mean, I suppose you could have someone pay him to put the bomb and pay him to put it in, eluding a police officer. He does have organized crime connections. Huh. Well, it's certainly possible that it was him. Who else could it be? We don't know of any other CVs. We could see if it's a known hitman from out of town, but why would someone recognize this person? That wouldn't make sense. If you brought someone in from out of town, no one's going to recognize them. That's the whole point of bringing someone in from out of town. But someone could have come from out of town to make the bomb and then just told this guy, Charlie, to plant it. Okay, so we may very well have the planter of the bomb, if not the person who made it. That surprises me, though. I thought it looked like it was planted by an expert in the steering column of the car. But I suppose you could tell someone to do it. I'm also kind of thrown off by this hotel thing. It sounded like it was very clear that it was at that there was a hotel. All right, I think maybe we're going to have to go to the make the list of stores, because I'm not sure where else to pursue. Westwood Plaza Shopping Center. All right, let's just do a couple of these and see if we can get a feel for how much pain it is to try to find these places. So 85. $85 is 85 is a little tricky because 85, I guess that's 85 hair doers. All right, well, let's make a list here. Yes, we might as well. So this is our Westwood Plaza shops. I don't think there's a better way to do it than to look for these places. Okay, then there's actually a barber shop in there. Let's see if I can get my cubes to do this properly. Okay, so 85 is in there and 87 to two barber shops. Barbers. That's 85, 87. Okay, 254, 258. Let's see if we can find what those are. We're trying to see if one of these jumps out at us. Like being connected to Miami, import, export, etc. Okay. So what did we say? 258, 254. Maybe I should write all these down. Israel Police Force. 254 is Westwood Hardware. And 258 is Whole Grain Shop. Okay. I also see 276, 280. Sort of doing these in the order that's here in the book. Maybe I should be more orderly about it. Okay, some of these are not in order though here. Okay, well, here's 276, Hanson's Jewelry. But now, where is 280? So sometimes you get these things that are out that aren't in the right order here. So 280 is a question mark for us. I don't see it. Don't see it in order. All right. Let's see what else. Maybe I need to make this list properly. 154, 172, 96, 276, 424, 144, 340, 140, 136, 254 we did, 104, a good lesson. Next time I'll do these properly in order. I just did them out of order because I thought it would be easier to look them up. 429 and 87 we already did. Okay. Try to find some more of these others. Okay, I don't have a 104 is a bookstore, Hancock's Books. And then we have a 140, which is Diana's Clothing. I mean, surely we're not going to knock on all of these doors to see what they have to say for themselves. We're just trying to find an import-export. Ferguson's Computer is 144. 154 is Metro Dry Goods. $172 is One Day Optical. It is an interesting, odd way this is done versus Sherlock Holmes, Consulting Detective. We're sort of looking up these places in reverse. Mr. John's Beauty. Okay. 424. Can't help but think that there's going to be something's going to tell us which of these things that we're not supposed to be doing this way. Matkins Shoes. Sorry, 424 Matkins Shoes. And then 425. Clark's Sporting Goods. Okay. 340 is Pet Village. 188. So far, none of these places are jumping out. Although you could imagine the abandoned one, but there's no way for us to look that up. Okay, so we're saying 188 Techno Furniture. 136. Wow, none of these jump out. 136 Children's Shop. Well, that's it. I see there's a 429. Wow, really? Sound Stereo. Well, that's a bit of a mess, but there's no reason to prefer one of these over another. None of them is like Miami Import. What the heck? missed any places. I was pretty careless about this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. This is the worst when you're this sloppy. Like there's one missing. That's 323. That's why you can't be this sloppy with your notes. Cinemas. Other than that, it seem like they're all there. Well, I mean, presumably we may get some extra information at some point, but barring that, there is no way we're knocking on all these doors. We just have to assume at some point we're going to get some information. It's kind of odd that we didn't find 280. I think maybe we should go look for 280. Someone's got to give us some information why we should look for one over another. Entries here. 425, 429. I'm just still making sure I'm not missing any place. Where is 429? Oh, that was my stereo. 87. Okay, let me just look for 280. Let me make sure we didn't miss that somewhere. I do see construction. Is it possible the construction place would have dynamite? Probably not, right? Yeah. Hardware one could be connected to the paint store. I mean, maybe, but I don't. Doesn't seem like we need any place to be connected with the paint store. Let's take a look at our introduction again. Let's see if there's something we overlooked. Maybe we need to talk to the police chief, William Melvin. Let me just look through this a little bit more. A bomb rigged to the ignition went off. His stuff was destroyed. A network, 15 to 20 pushers are working the streets, schools, recreation and entertainment facilities, hotels, parks, shopping centers, and other businesses. I mean, we could stop by some schools and find out what they know. 3 local suppliers. a major importer, which I think we've identified. 3 stash locations. That's likely to be warehouse. Fronts. We've checked on all of these. Priorities in order of importance. Major supplier. Persons responsible for killing. 3 local connections. Drug manufacturing. Location of places commonly used for the sale of drugs. I didn't even pay attention to that one. Entertainment facilities. So that could be the movie theater there at the plaza. All right, let's go into the movie theater in the Westwood Plaza because we're told that that's where some pushers are. So that's 2 reasons, plus the shopping centers. I want to go to, from our list, the cinema. The Westwood Fourth Cinema, 323. Let's just look that up. Westwood Fourth Cinema. I don't see even an entry for it. No, there's no entry. It's just a waste of time. Okay. What other clues do we have? We've got the Swordfish Company. Wait a second. We had a weird thing where we encountered someone in the mug book who had their private flying license. A woman, right? She had a pilot's license. Now I'm starting to think, are people bringing in this stuff? Bambi, it was cute Bambi, who was had a pilot's license. Not involved in any drug dealing, though. I think now I do want to go to the airport because they got to be getting these drugs in somehow. Are they bringing them in by plane? Let's try going to the Metro City Airport. Let's see if anyone is acting suspicious. Metro City International Airport does not have an entry for us. Okay, so that's a dead end. Wow, we're getting dangerously close to running out of time here without making progress. You think the chief of police would know anything? Let's see. What was his name? Let's see if you try to look him up. William D. Melvin. Let's see if it directs us to a police station. Melvin William D. does not have an entry for today's case. Wow. Let's try looking in our yellow pages. What about warehouses? So we've identified one warehouse where they're storing things. It was 455 at the Riverside warehouse. There's only 3 warehouse complexes. We've been to this one at E13. E8 is just down the road, but C7, actually C7 is just down the road too. I'm tempted to check this other warehouse to see if could they be just using warehouses for everything? But why would you use warehouses? They're all right next to each other. Seems unlikely. Seems very unlikely. Why would you use multiple? Why would you use only building H in this warehouse and something else in other warehouses? That doesn't make sense to me. The storage depots. And how did we find that warehouse? Because it was in his list of places. Hmm. Just look a little bit around this outskirts of this map. Okay, there's our one warehouse where we think drugs are being kept. What else do we got? Luggage, tire. These are big areas out in the... So Wilson's Dairy would be the other one. So notice that if this is one warehouse where they're keeping drugs, and the other one is Wilson's Dairy, it would make sense that there'd be one down here. Are there only 3? The local connections. 3 storage depots. So then in this corner, we have Crestview University. Boy, we need more to go on than this. Has to be some source of better information. Or let's look at our informants again. Maybe there's something we're overlooking here. So we tried a downtown street news and that didn't even have an entry, which makes me think the other downtown street news are also not important. Guns for hire, no names yet. Pimp, sex offenders, dealers. Well, we could try to I mean, there are still a couple of drug dealers we haven't found that the game wants us to find. So we could try to find the more difficult remaining ones of these. Who are we missing here? We're missing BB potentially. We're missing Joe. And we're potentially missing Big V. Is that it? We've got Charlie. We don't know BB. We have Ho. We think we have Tony. We don't have Joe. We have Doc, Organ Grinder, and Flip. So from our list of dealers, we're missing a Joe and a Big V. And we tried hard to find Big V. And we thought that might be Charlie V. Charlie V. Same person. Marco says in the notes, there's a note about pot growing. It's true. Near Samuel's. Could be near a farm, but that doesn't seem, you don't, this is not a pot growing problem. This is an import of drugs, hard drugs. It does say near Samuel's. I do want to point out, I can see just looking over here that in the bottom left corner of the map is Samuel's honey farm. So it wouldn't be too surprising if the pot growing was happening around Samuel's honey farm, but that doesn't really help us. Well, let me just scan for Joe. That one I don't think we have good lead on. Let's see here. Looking for a first name of Joe or nickname of Joe. And I'm doing this because I can't think of a better. There's our Kenny Lark, who wouldn't talk to us because he was too scared. So we're looking for a dealer named Joe, a pusher named Joe, partly because the game wants us to identify all dealers, but also in the long shot possibility that he'll have some information for us. We should remember that this game from 1984 probably got very little testing. Like, who knows what other problems we could run into, although Rob has found some hints he can give us if we need it. But I don't think we're there yet. We're looking for a Joe, a first name or a nickname Joe. Drug possession, Teddy Johnson, Tom Jones. Here's our guy that we think may have actually planted the bomb, organized mob connections. Murray the Rat. B.I. Joe, drug possession. I wonder if this is our Joe. Let's see if this is our Joe. Albert Joe. That's gonna be our guy, don't you think? The other possibility, of course, is that I've made a mistake looking up something. Maybe Rob can help us with that if we have. I looked up something and said there was no entry, but there was. Marijuana leaf tattoo. I'm just looking for more Joes. Rob says he doesn't think I've made any lookup errors, which is pretty remarkable. But that's good to hear. So far, when we've looked up people that we thought were the dealers, there have been entries for them. So that's a good sign. Jeez. I am keeping my eye open for someone who might be flying in the drugs. Belle Blanche. EB. No, Josephine. Is it better to do it this way so you can read it, or better to just do it like this and not move stuff around? Here's Joanna. Possession of stolen property and robbery. No, it's not our guy. It's not our girl. Broadway Pearl. Paul Schmidt. Lucille. Janet. Okay, let's try looking up Albert and see if that's our Joe. Be nice to get another drug dealer identified. Albert Joe. Here we go. Albert takes off when he sees you coming. By the time you get to the spot where he vanished, there's no sight of him. Lose one turn searching for Calbert. So if we had declared an alert, we could have caught him, I guess. Well, that's definitely our drug dealer. This is our drug dealer, Calbert. Made us lose a turn. Well, that's a shame. Like, what are we going to declare alerts for all those people? How are we supposed to? Could we have gotten more information from them if we had declared alerts? But then we'd have to declare alerts for every single person on this list. That's like 2 weeks worth of missed turns for the rest of them. I feel like we've identified most of the drug dealers, but not gathered any information from them. Early Varus, we got an anonymous call that he planted the bomb. And Xavier, we think, is the mastermind from Miami, Florida. Is there something we're missing that we could use to get more information from them about them? So when we went to Charlie Varus's, here's his mug book. Charles Bradley Vallis. Val Goodman, Charlie Vallis, 1 year probation, drug possession. I mean, could we look up Xavier? But he's in Miami. I'm gonna look up Xavier, but if it says alert, I'm not gonna count it against us. There's no even entry for him. I'm not gonna count that against me. Because he surely seems like he's out of town. Boy, this is a weird situation to be in. That we got these big hits right at the beginning, and now we've been We've spent 3 hours, 2 hours just treading water here. We identified Joe. We're going to want to keep these notes for next time. Do we not think we can get access to the evidence room? That's a very weird thing, because that feels like a huge part of this case. Can we go to the coroner? I can see we can't go to the coroner for our case. Ballistics, no ballistics. Crime lab reports, we did that. And it said they're held in the police evidence room. Can we visit Clayton at his house? No. Look through the yellow pages, see if anything jumps out. Marco says maybe the female anonymous caller was lying. It could be, but I just don't see how we could look up every woman related to organized crime. And why would she frame someone else associated with organized crime? It's a possibility if we run out of other things. Just looking for I'm looking for ideas by looking at businesses. Is there a Honda shop? Toyota Honda. We're told he had a Honda Civic. Is there any world in which it makes sense for us to go to the Honda place? This seems so unlikely. I mean, surely not. New automobiles. Maybe he brought it in for repair somewhere. I just don't. It's too crazy. It's too many places that he could have brought it. Why would the dealer have access to it and plant it in there? Wouldn't it be a repair shop? Rob says, I didn't look up something. His name is Xavier Hernandez. Okay, thank you. And I don't know why. You didn't say alert. You got to say Jesse alert. Okay. So we learned earlier that we figured out that Xavier was our mastermind. And Rob points out I looked him up wrong. I looked up Xavier, but I should have looked up Hernandez. Okay, let's try that again then. This is an odd one to look up because he should be out of town. Right? And if it says alert, I'm going to back up. Okay, so Xavier Hernandez is a resident of Miami, Florida. That's right. But somehow it's telling us also that he's a fishing cannery executive. So I don't know if there's a way for us to know that. So we're going to make a card on him. Maybe if we can find a local fishery. Fishing cannery. Is that a proper noun of a place? The fishing cannery? Okay, and then it says link to Jones Carlton, attorney for our case. So Jones. Thank you for spotting that, Rob. Attorney. All right, maybe this is going to let us crack this case. So it's a link to, so that doesn't cost us a time, but I'll put it here. Xavier. Okay, so Carlton. Jones Carlton. Okay, here we go. Maybe we've made some progress in our case finally. Mr. Hernandez resents the implication that he has anything to do with the selling of drugs in Metro City. And he emphatically denies, hard for these cubes to focus in, he emphatically denies that he had anything to do with the murder of Dan Clayton. Mr. Hernandez will fight extradition to this state if you try to involve him further. Thank you and good day. Okay, so that is useless. We know he's our guy. We think he's our guy. Now, he's the executive of the fishing cannery. Is that a proper name of a place, or is that a kind of place? Seems like that's a dead end now. Wow. I mean, we've got several weeks of this case. We got a week left. Oh, sorry, Rob, you were right. I guess it is just check. Maybe there's some reason my alert's not working. Let me try to restart it. Oh, boy. I mean, on one hand, the odd thing is, on one hand, you could argue that we can answer most of these things, right? Because we believe we know who this guy is, Xavier Hernandez. We think we can identify the person who planted the bomb, maybe, as Charlie Varys. 3 local connections. I suppose we think we know 2 of them. The paint shop, the warehouse manager. drug manufacturing, storage depots. We don't really understand how to tell the difference between these two. The street pushers, we've got a list of about 10 of them. Location of places commonly used. I guess the game wants us to just drop by all these places. Schools, parks. That's just weird to me. No cannery entry. No, there doesn't look like there is. Boy, that would help if there was a local cannery. There's no cannery. There's no fishery. There's a fish market. Pacific Fish Market and Wong's Fish Market, but very odd. There's a very odd case where it seems like there should be some really interesting leads, but it feels like every place we go, we either just get confirmation that someone's a dealer or nothing. No lead is ever like a two-step lead. We never get information about something. Very strange. Well, we got to take a break. I'll see you in 8 more minutes. We are back. I'm just trying to think through possible leads to follow up. I want us to reread the crime lab reports. I'm really troubled by this police evidence remark. I really wish the game had not chosen, the system had chosen to be clearer about it. Is this a place it wants us to be able to go? And if not, don't say this. But we're also told the company that manufactures the dynamite, it really feels like our anonymous call suggests someone who may have planted it, but this guy could not have built this. This was an electronic device attached to the ignition system. So I do think we should try to find out who helped our local guy plant it, if that's indeed what happened. So the question is, can we look up Coldwell Industries even though it's outside of Metro City? I think it's worth looking up in the book if we can. But then, even if not, maybe we should look through our mug book again and look for an explosives expert. Let's see if maybe another mob-connected person could have worked with him. And I'd really like to get some closure on whether this police evidence room is someplace we can go. It doesn't seem like it is, but I really don't like how it's mentioned that that's where it's being held. So I was going to see if we could look up Coldwell Industries. This is something that's not, to me, is not clear if the game intends for us to be able to look up people. We did look up Xavier, and it sent us to his lawyer. So there's no entry for Coldwell Industries. So that's just a little bit of oddness about this game. And surely we can't look up Coldwell Industries here. No. Okay, well, let's look up in the mug book again. Feels like we've been through this book so many times, it's getting a bit tiring. But now my question is there someone, a hitman involved in electronics who works for the mafia? Organized crime, at least. Out of Miami would be even better. Can someone tell me whether it's better to have this just widescreen view left on screen or zoom it around? Alonzo Pena, organized crime in Miami. But now we're not looking for organized crime drugs. We're looking for an explosives expert who might work for organized crime. Who knows how to plant car bombs? I mean, that is no joke. All right, nobody there. Now I gotta go through this whole thing again and look for explosives guy. We're looking for someone into explosives or wiring, electronic, explosive device, car. It has to be someone involved with the mafia who knows how to wire up car bombs is a very unusual thing. Shouldn't be that hard to find if someone can't be that many. Or burglary, theft, illegal computer access, robbery, parole, embezzlement, kidnapping, tax evasion. I wonder if we could go to the tax office and find other properties owned by our guy, Xavier Hernandez. Oh, hold on. Possession of explosives, Irish immigrant, immigration status. All right, well, I guess if we're doing this, we're doing this. Doesn't say he's got any mob connections, though. But there are not many explosives people. Doesn't seem like that's going to be our guy, though. Computer access, criminal trespass. The only thing that is making this not frustrating is the knowledge that this is how real police work works. Like, if you think that most of your time is not spent doing this kind of stuff, you're mistaken. Gambling, murder, stolen credit cards, sexual assault, shoplifting, stolen goods, forgery, murder, homicide, possession of drugs, organized crime connections, explosives, another Irish explosive expert. No connection with organized crime, though. Assault, burglary, bad check, deceased, grand theft auto, arson, shoplifting, burglary, joyriding, burglary, grand theft auto, libel, check fraud, assault, possession, manslaughter, prostitution. Okay, well, we got 2 Irish terrorists and a mastermind named Hernandez. Is it likely that he's going to be organizing with some Irish terrorists? It seems very unlikely, but I guess we're going to look it up. O'Barr and O'Hara. I'm going to look them both up for the same cost. Nope. Okay. All right. So let's go back to our informants. So we looked up mob activity and got no entry. It's going to verify that. And I didn't make a mistake there. No. I'm going to do one more of these downtown street news. Even though the fact that this one was empty suggests to me that they should all be empty, but I'm going to look this guy up anyway, Finlay. No entry for today's case. Wow. So surely we're not going to go to the third downtown street news person. No reason to think this is any gang activity. All right. Try not to get frustrated here. The game says go to the places commonly used for the sale of drugs, 5 to 10. And then this says they're working the streets, schools, and entertainments, hotels, parks. Went to all the hotels, and they were all blank, except for one where the guy said no. I'm going to go to this park here in this area, though, City Park. Okay, so there's no entry in under P for park. What does this game want from us? I said tax department. Tax and property. FBI, surely they should know about this case. Tax department, tax sales and income. It's not really what we want. I mean, when we went to the warehouse, which was the Riverside warehouse, let's look that up again. When we went to the Riverside warehouse, Building H has been leased by a Florida company called Miami Swordfish Leasing Office. Okay, so we actually didn't learn that about tax records. So that doesn't really help us. Police station, schools and parks, sales and property taxes. I'm going to go to the tax department, see if that we've got records of this guy owning anything. I don't know if that even works. Is there a tax office located? Is it under state? No. No, there's no tax office. I'm not going to count that against myself because I'm too frustrated. I can feel myself getting angry at this game. Can absolutely feel it. An electronics device was used. Should we be looking at an electronics store? Electricians, but not electricians. And there's no electronics. Hmm. How is it possible that we went to the one hotel mentioned and he said, there's no drugs here, but I know for sure there's drugs in one of the hotel lobby. And then he won't tell us which one. And we went to all of them and just wasted time there. I don't understand that. We're told that drug dealing may happen in schools, but what are we supposed to do? Go to every school just to say, hey, what do you know about drug dealing here? That can't possibly be a way for expected of us. That can't possibly be right. Should we be expecting to find someone who knows how to hotwire, knows how to get into a car? Like, how is this bomb planted? How does this guy get into his car? If this guy's a low-level drug dealer, he plants an electronic bomb in his car and wires it up. That doesn't make any sense. Identification and arrest of the importer's 3 local connections. What does that mean, his 3 local connections? Do you mean his lawyer is included in that? Or do you mean the people that he's dealing the drugs to? Is that different than the distribution and manufacturing places? That's so odd. That's so odd. Um, there is an import-export company, but on what basis do we just walk into an import-export company? I mean, there's not even any sign that they're dealing with Miami. We went to the airport, no sign of that. We've got electricians, but we looked up criminals who might have experience with electronics and explosives and didn't find anyone. Someone get into his car, but we don't know where we would go. Surely it would be a repair shop, not a dealer. Well, I mean, if our guy Hernandez has a company called Fishery, what is it called? Fishery Cannery something, bullshit. And then it would make sense that he'd have a connection in that business. What if he's got a relative named Hernandez? No one in the directory named Hernandez. Anyone here named Hernandez? Yes. Page 12. Hernandez. But then it doesn't matter. We would have found him when we looked up Hernandez Xavier. Let's just look up. James Michael Hernandez. Jimmy. Hispanic. Defacing state monument, joyriding. Surely I would have seen him when I looked up Xavier, but let me look it up again. Because you could imagine if he's got a younger brother, he could use him. There is an entry, but it's not for our case. It looks like. Write it down because I'm angry. Yeah, I'm getting frustrated. Well, locksmith, car locksmith. I can't go into you can't hire a regular locksmith to get into a car to plant a bomb. Every single piece of useful evidence we've found has come from looking at going through this simple list. Really near Samuel's. Let's check out Samuel's farm. Maybe that would be a good place to process or hold stuff. Okay, no entry for Samuel's farm. Day 10. Rob, let's see what Rob. Local connections meaning the three main drug dealers the importer had direct connections with in Metro City. Could be the guys that ran on us. I'm not sure. That's a weird thing. Rob, can you, if you're still here, tell us if there's any way to get to the evidence room? Because I want to stop worrying about that if not. And I want to get plenty angry about it if there is. Fishery. Well, he works for fishery, so I'd be inclined to look up the fish markets if we have nothing else to do. Marco says, the guy at Red Coast said we need a warrant to further investigate. Can we get it at the courthouse? No, that's not the way the game works. But at the end of the game, we can try to execute a search warrant in certain places. So 177 and 178 at locations E26 and J42. Well, E26 and J42 are in areas of the map that we haven't found a warehouse in. So I'm going to try these two places. Pacific Fish Market. I resent having to just shoot in the dark here. I really do. But okay, so Pacific Fish Market doesn't exist. Shirley Wong's Fish Market won't exist either. Yeah, no entry for either of those two places. I'm going to combine them here into one. Wow, look at this. Look at how we've spent 2 hours literally looking at places that don't exist. Wow, how frustrating is this? Rob says there's an avenue of investigation you haven't pursued, though. Do you want to nudge before you run out of time? Now, normally when I play, I really resist getting hints, but I got to start changing my attitude. When I start feeling my anger level get up there, I got to start taking hints. So, yes, since no one else has come up with any ideas that seem reasonable, why don't you give us a hint? The murdered guy was a journalist. Maybe you should look into other media outlets. If someone suggested that to me, I'd say, no, that's silly. Obviously, his paper that we visited would know about this. But since Rob knows that he's giving us a hint, it's obviously other media outlets. That's an ambiguous way to say it, too. That's all right. Part of why we play these games to get angry about it is part of the reason why it's worth struggling is so that you can learn about what mistakes to avoid. So we've got newspapers. We were at the Metro City Star. We could go to the Metro City News and talk to them. But there's also 3 television stations. Obviously, I'm not just going to walk into 3 television stations blindly. There are private investigators. All right, well, let's check this other newspaper. I have no idea why it could possibly be useful, but George Mersch of the other newspaper. There's also no, there's no entry for George Mersch. Oh, George Nersch, maybe it says. No. Okay. Boy, Hirsch. Okay. Okay. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Here's the entry for George Hirsch. Can you imagine how badly written this case would be if this is the thing that breaks it open, that you have to go to a competitor newspaper? Our people have been working hard on this thing. We think we have a pretty good list of places where these XYZ people are selling their goods. The first four, Wild Wally's, the Chief Theater, the North Star Hotel, and West High School, we're sure about being used. We think, in addition, that the Ballroom Dance School, Bellwood Liquors, Burger Time, and Harms Jr. are also hotspots. What, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? How could you possibly think this was a reasonable way to make a case? That our reporter, who's been working on a story for 5 months with his editor, they have no information. But if you go to a different newspaper, it gives you, here are the 20 places that are the answers to the questions. What? How could you possibly think this is the right way to make a case? In what world does this make sense? This is insanity. This is pure insanity. These are basically the answers to the question. And there's a hotel too. Now I'm going to check. I've tried to visit this hotel and I thought there was no, or was that the hotel? No, that's a new hotel that we had no entry for. Maybe I was wrong. Okay, and then those are the sure things. These are sure things. And then he says, Ballroom Dance School. Bob says, don't shoot the messenger. Yeah, I'm not mad at you. West High School. Sorry, Ballroom Dance School. Bellwood Liquors. Bellwood Liquors. Burger Time. And Rom Junior High are hot spots. That's so ridiculous. That's just insanity. So what, if we go to the TV stations, are they going to give us another list of half the places? Those were the newspapers. Will the FBI know about the bombing? Now I'm starting to try to think differently. Like, we shouldn't try to figure anything out. Just go to the people who figured it out for us. Okay. There's no entry for demolitions or explosives. Maybe I should stop trying to be logical. Try to think like this game. Okay, well, we've got these places now. Do we bother investigating them? Or do we just use them as our answers? Come on, guys. What's happening here? Any of these places likely to be a manufacturer or distribution? Oh, I wanted to double check the North Star Hotel because I should have looked that up. I mean, I did try to look it up and I reported that there was no entry, right? Let's see if I missed it or if there really is no entry. There's no entry. There's no entry for the North Star Hotel. So we tried to look it up to see if it was true, and we got no entry. This game tells us that the other newspaper guy says for sure they're dealing drugs out of there. So why was there not an entry? Oh boy, we got a very badly written case here. Okay. Should we bother going to these times? I'm going to go to the Haram Junior High School and see if we can learn anything from there. Although I don't know if this game intends for us to ever see anything at these places. Yeah, there's no entry for it. Is that it? Is the game not want us to actually go to any of these places? How bizarre. We just keep this list for at the end of the game? How bizarre. Where's our list of drug dealers? 2 of our drug dealers ran. I wonder if we missed one of them. I wonder if those 2 that ran are going to be the contact. But those are just the low-level pushers, aren't they? This guy ran too. I still don't understand who planted the explosives, but maybe we're not meant to know that. Maybe are any of these places in the Westwood Center? What about the dance studio? Wasn't there a dance studio? Shoes, Pet Village. So it looks like none of the places on this list are any of the places in the plaza. Okay. So, Rob, you didn't answer my no way to enter the evidence room, says Rob. Okay, so that's just a poorly chosen thing. Marlene wanted to look for a locksmith. Marcos says maybe try the TV. All right, let's try one of the TV stations at least. It just seems insane to me, but And then maybe we try the other warehouses. Television stations, KMET TV, K, so they're all K's TV. All right, let's look up. This is so ridiculous. Okay, so if you look up the TV station, KMET TV does have an entry for our case. It says, look up David Burke. So let's see. Okay, so if we talk to one of the and then here's the other one. If we go to KTBW TV, then we're told to look up Art Best, the news director. Okay, and if we look up KWIN TV, we're told to look up Avery. I've got to be more consistent about how I write this. Dean Avery. Okay, any other radio stations or TV stations? No. Okay, so we've got 3 radio TV stations to look up, which is pure insanity. Okay, David Burke. This whole game about just looking up the radio stations, the TV stations. Okay. So if you talk to David Burke, he says, we don't have anything new. You can bet if we get anything, you'll be the first to know. Okay. And then Art Best. Art Best. Art Best has a lot to say. As a matter of fact, I was going to call you. I was viewing the video from the Clayton thing, and I noticed this guy hanging around in the crowd. I thought I'd seen him somewhere, so I started looking at some of the tape taken on the front steps of City Hall the day when Mayor Charles formed the task force. The same guy was in the crowd that day. After viewing the tapes, you recognize the mysterious stranger as Charlie Vallis. Okay, well, we already identified Charlie Vallis as our guy, but this is bizarre. Viewing the videos from the Clayton thing? What videos from the Clayton thing? You got video of him exploding? I guess they mean the videos from the coverage. Front steps of City Hall when Mayor Charles formed the task force. I guess maybe we'll talk to Mayor Charles. Okay, but this is our confirmation of Charlie Vallis, who we had identified. Now we have Dean Avery. He says, sorry, we don't have anything new. I was hoping you'd have something for me. Okay. Can we look up City Hall now? I guess we should look up the mayor, though we looked up the police chief and didn't get anything. Okay, no entry for City Hall. I'm just going to put 3 things here for TV. All right, well, that was ridiculous, but okay. In our intro, it mentions the mayor, Richard Charles. I guess we're going to look up Richard Charles because He's now come up again. Richard Charles, no entry for our case. That's the mayor. Okay. So we've got this list from the newspaper, which seems to be a sure thing. We don't know if this had no entry, even though it's a sure thing. We don't know what these are. I think I looked up this and there was no entry. So should these all be no entries? Should we assume? What are we still looking for? We believe we know at least one of the killers and we know the mastermind. And then we're supposed to find local places. So I guess we're just going to use this list that the newspaper guy gave us. The street pushers, which we're going to give our list of 10 or so that we found. And then we have 3 storage facilities and 3 manufacturing places. Now that's where our main confusion is. And then I guess these 3 local connections, I don't really understand that. But we think we understand these 2. So 3 drug manufacturing and 3 storage. But we have found 3 places total. One's a warehouse, so clearly that has to be a storage. And then the paint place, he seemed to be suggesting that it was the plant. So that seems like the paint place was probably manufacturing. And then Wilson's Dairy Farm, this could also be manufacturing or storage, I'm not sure. But that's 3 places total, and we're expecting to find 6 places. I mean, are we looking for a manufacturing plant? Should we be trying to find a place that could manufacture stuff? Or are we just saying that they can just put a little mini lab anywhere? Seems to me that there should be some area, that the manufacturing or storage they want to spread out. Where would they put it? Is there any way to know, or one of these buildings, like an electronics lab in the university, where the guy would be able to plant the bomb? I don't know if we're supposed to figure out his helper. Charlie Varys didn't run when we confronted him. That's another weird thing. Rob says, for the scoring, you make a list of all the people you want to arrest and a list of the places to search. You get score deductions for false arrest and incorrect search warrant. Interesting. Well, I've lost faith in this case. I'd be inclined to just give them the total list of all the places mentioned and let the pieces get sorted out by the higher ups. Are there any? Does Miami Bank have a branch here? There's a bunch of banks, but I don't see Bank of Miami. I don't see any good way to narrow things down. Let's see. Warehouses, industrial warehouse in A1, railroad freight EA. I forget if I already looked at these. They're right next to the others. It seems unlikely. Does anyone have any other ideas? I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't say no. Let me just do the things that some people were suggesting. So Marlene was suggesting earlier that we go to some locksmith. So let's look up P&M Locksmith and Whitwell's Locksmith. P&M, I'm not sure even how to look that up, but I don't see anything under the T's. And then there's no Whitman. Oh, sorry. Okay. No, there's no Whitwell's Locksmith. No. Okay, let me look up my electricians. I don't know why we're trying to find out how this guy could have planted this bomb that's clearly outside of his expertise, because the game has shown no care about that from us. Star Electric and Frenchie's Electric. Okay, let's look for those. Star Electric. Nope, not for this case at least. Frenchie's Electric, huh? No. All right. Let's eat up these times here. Electrician and locksmith. No information. Okay. maybe um, where's my list of? You sure there's stuff happening in here, huh? We went to one of them and there was no entry for it. We went to the school, there was no entry for it. Burger Time, Bellwood Wickers. Would any of these be a manufacturing or warehouse? No entry for that one. These are the ones they're not sure about. So if you had to, if we have to, these we can answer yes, yes, yes. But these, if we had to get scored on, maybe we visit these. Ballroom Dance School, so that we can say whether they're involved or not. Ballroom Dance School, we can talk to Bob Baker, the proprietor. He says, oh, look at this. He says, yeah, some of my friends call me BB. What of it? It's just a nickname. Say, if you're through, I've got some more students waiting. They pay by the hour. Okay, so there's BB, Bob Baker. That was one of our drug dealers we were searching for. Bob Baker. So we've solved one of our other mysteries of drug dealer. Bob Baker. God knows how we're expected to find that. Okay, so that is a place we suspect might be hiding drugs or drug dealer or manufacturing. We don't know. Let's try the rest of these. Bellwood Liquors. Then I'm ready to end this case soon, I think. Bellwood Liquors. Abdullah Abdelaziz. Suddenly, these all have entries. Okay, he says drugs. I don't know anything about drugs. Sorry, I'm very busy. I can't help you. I don't know anything about drugs. He's the clerk. We're very busy. I can't help you. Is he telling the truth? Is he lying? I have no idea. Let's look up Burger Time. Burger Time, we're supposed to talk to Hank Martin, the associate manager. Maybe this game just wants us to take a guess based on one line. Hank Martin says, no, officer, I don't know anything about any drugs. Why? Did someone say something? I mean, did someone say that there was something going on or something? I mean, how we take that one line and solve the case? How are we just supposed to decide if he's telling the truth or not? And then the one place I already looked up, which almost made me give up, was Hiram Junior High School. Did I write that down wrong? Yellow pages under schools. Says Hiram Junior High School. No, there's no entry for it. Strange game. Okay. Does that mean it is or it isn't? We don't know. Do we need to do the same thing for these places that they're sure they're involved? Could one of them be the warehouse? Yes, we got nothing better to do. We'll look up Wild Wally's. Wild Wally's hasn't, it's a topless club, but it's got no entry. For our case, at least. Chief Theater. Chief Theater says talk to Fred Neal, the proprietor. Fred Neal says, boy, I sure don't think anyone's been selling drugs around here. If I hear of anything, I'll let you know. But our guy says he's sure they are. So, how about this school? Let's see what this school says just for the fun of it. At West High School, you watch the activities on the high school grounds from across the street in your car. A van in the school's parking lot seems to be the center of a lot of attention. Okay, well, that just seems to confirm that there is drug dealing happening around there. But he already says he's sure of these, so we're just going to take his word for it. Okay, we're going to take a break soon, but let's talk about this. Now, we said that there's a million shops here in this Westwood Plaza. Why pick one over the other? We didn't find any reason. But it occurs to me, before we rule any out, actually, we did try to visit the cinema and there was nothing there. I was thinking, like, what if they're all involved? But I do think, let's go to the electronic one in case there's a person who knows how to make bombs. And computer, maybe he knows how to make bombs. Hardware shop, maybe they know how to make bombs. Let's go to those just for the fun of it. Then we'll take a break and probably come back and try to solve this case. So Westwood Hardware. Westwood Hardware, no entry for our case. Okay. Next one was Ferguson's Computer. Ferguson computer, no entry. Next one is sound stereo. Sound stereo, no entry for our case. Okay, so we suspect something's going on in here, but we have no idea how to find which place is it. We've gone to the stereo, we've gone to the computer, we've gone to the cinema, we went to the hardware shop, we didn't find anything of any interest. Okay, I'm going to consider ourselves basically out of time. But what we'll do is we'll take a break. We're down to 10 hardcore viewers here on this stream. We're 5.5 hours in. We're going to take a break. During that 8 minutes, try to give some thought if there's any other place you can think of that you want us to visit before we wrap this case up. Then we're just going to go to the end and tell the chief to arrest everyone and take our early retirement. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, I'm just collecting our evidence here. I think we're ready to solve this case. We're going to have plenty to talk about when we're done. Lessons learned, sort of cautionary tale here. And as Rob points out, this was the second case in this entire game, which would have been a real shock to the system if you played this. Rob has been advising us not to play this right away. But I don't think Rob had an idea of how crazy frustrating this case was going to be. He just knew it was going to be super long. But I don't think Rob knew it was going to be so illogical. Okay, before we finish up, there's a thing that happens in these games where occasionally you play and you'd be like, well, I thought to do this, but we never did it. And then you really get double frustrated that you didn't do it. So the only last place I think that I want to make sure we do is the car that he was driving a Honda Civic that was blown up. I just want to make sure. So I'm going to try to go to Grady's Honda and make sure that no one else was involved in the bomb. So yeah, Grady's Honda is not relevant for our case. And then automobile repair. I'm gonna look up Madsen and Nelson's. Madsen garage, no. Nelson's garage, no. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that. I don't think there are any other. We tried to talk to the mayor, we tried to talk to the police chief. We tried to go to the fish markets. What about warehouses? Did we try all the warehouses? Railroad freight warehouse. Let me just look up that one. So if you go to railroad freight, I can see there is an entry. Let's see. After checking with the leasing office, you discover that Building C has been leased by a Florida company called Miami Swordfish Company. The lease was signed by Xavier Hernandez. So actually, just blindly shooting for warehouses has found us one of the other warehouses. So where's our list here? So actually, we found railroad freight warehouse that is going to be owned by our guy. We're told that's in E8, Building C. I guess we're going to need to know that. Okay, so perhaps it's that all the warehouses are up in this one corner rather than spread out. So E8 is here, Building C. Okay, so this building, where's the other warehouses? Now that we've cottoned on to this idea here. So how about industrial warehouse complex? Is that going to be the last place? I wouldn't be surprised. not only is it not, but there's no entry for it. So industrial warehouse complex, there's no entry. Well, I think we're gonna be able to talk about why that's an odd choice. But there's all the warehouses. There is a storage facility, Valley Mini Storage. Let's look up that. Valley Mini Storage. After checking with the leasing office, you discover a large storage unit has been leased by a forwarding company called Miami Swordfish. The lease was signed by Xavier Hernandez. So just stumbling through the yellow pages looking for storage and warehouse, we found it. Okay, so Valley Mini Storage. So we have actually found 3 warehouses where there are going to be the 3 storage places. So let's put that on our map. Valley Storage. I just looked up storage. Okay, 432J10. So J and 432. Okay, so he's got 3 warehouses here where they're being stored. And then manufacturing, we're guessing that it's the paint store, maybe the dairy farm, and maybe there's some other place where there's chemicals involved. That would be another potential place for manufacturing. It seems like one might be skipping through our cracks, slipping through our cracks. None of these places look like chemical places. Maybe a factory of some sort. Where's our, let's see, barber, jewelry, grain shop, dry goods, clothing, optical, beauty, shoes, pets, furniture. What was this one? Bank, sporting goods. What was this one? Hancock. I'm just going to look this up. It's easier to look it up than try to figure out. Hancock's bookstore. No, that's not of interest to us. Okay, so I don't see anything in this shop that looks like it would be a manufacturing, but I wonder if in our yellow pages there's a factory or something. Farm equipment, fish market. Manufacturing plant, manufacturers for luggage, for tire, fiberglass. Nothing jumps out. Motion picture. Rob says, good last minute sleuthing. Thank you. And we tried the hardware store in the mall, right? According to me, we did. Is there any other place where you could manufacture stuff if we wanted to try to catch our last place? At the university, huh? But we don't know how to get... We don't know how to get to specific areas of the university, like a laboratory or something. Laundromat would be a good candidate, but there's too many. How about this research laboratory here? The Beta Institute. Doesn't seem to be an entry for Beta Institute. Okay. What about the pot growing near the farm? Okay, well, I can't think of any other manufacturing place to go to. So let us call it an end, unless someone has some other idea of a place they'd be able to help manufacture stuff. We've already got the dairy farm and the paint plant. I can't think of any generic way. Maybe if we search through this carefully, we'd come up with another candidate. I mean, cement. Engineering, mining. I mean, it could be any of these places. Right? Hardware stores, paint. I mean, we did look up paint, right? There aren't multiple paint stores because that would be a useful thing. If they're using one paint, maybe they're using another too, but I don't see it. Photographic studio, sales and service, pilots. Sure would like to see factory. Schools. Shoe stores, schools, stockbrokers, taxis, telephones, warehouses, wineries, wrecking yards. No, it doesn't really make sense. And this is the area where all the warehouses and factories seems to be. So does anything else jump out at you from here? How about the luggage company or the tire company or brick and tile? Maybe we check these three places just for the fun of it. Hoist Luggage, Reno Tire, and Metro City Bank, because these are all near where the storage is. Why don't we try that? That looks like a factory. Okay, so I'm just going to check out Hoist Luggage. Let's see if we can get lucky here. Okay, so no entry for hoist luggage. How about Reno Tire? Reno Tire or EY. No entry for Reno Tire. And now Metro City Brick. Let's try. Metro City Brick, no entry for this case. All right, well, we tried our best to come up with the last manufacturing location, and I don't see it. All right, let's go to the end of this case. Let's consider that we spent our full time, which I think we probably have. We got some last minute stuff. Okay, so now we're going to turn to the end of the case. And let's be careful not to reveal stuff we shouldn't. Here we are, the XYZ drug ring. Okay, in tiniest text humanly possible to generate. Monday, January 9, investigation began on 1/1. You need to list who you're arresting first. Is that right? Okay, so don't read that. But I don't think we do. I don't think we do. I mean, do we really need to be explicit about it? All right, let's just talk it through. I don't want to have to write it all out. So here are the places we've identified. The game wants us to answer a whole bunch of questions. Identify and arrest the name of the major supplier. Okay, so that's Xavier Hernandez. We're just going to talk it through. One is Xavier Hernandez. The person's responsible for killing Dan Clayton, we know that's Charlie Varys or something like that. CV, Charlie Var something. And he had to have help, but we don't know who helped him other than that this guy must have given him the bomb to plant. The 3 local connections, I don't really understand what that's asking, so I'm going to skip that for now. But if you've got some theory about how that should be answered, Rob, please let me know. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so answer to 1 is Xavier Hernandez, which we figured out very soon. 2 is Charlie Varys and friend. We don't really understand if we're supposed to identify the helper or not. Okay, the 3 local connections, I don't understand what that's actually asking, so I'm going to skip that for now. The 3 local manufacturing facilities. Okay, so I think we're going to say Wilson's Dairy, the Redco Paint, and one we've never found. The 3, question 4 was, sorry, that was the local connections that I don't understand. So 4 was the manufacturing place, Wilson Dairy. Then 5 was the 3 storage depots. Okay, so these are going to be our warehouses, which are Riverside Warehouse, the Railway Warehouse, and Mini Storage. Okay, and then that was Oh wait, this is just a mess, huh? That was question 5. Question 6, the street pushers. Okay, well, that's our list. Okay. Question 7, places commonly used. This is going to be our news list. We're just going to accuse them all except for the ones that we don't. Question 3 wants the name of the 3 main drug dealers. So I guess if we had to come up with an answer to that, then we think the answer is to take our list of pushers and pick the ones that ran. So I'm just going to say the answer for 3 is going to be our ran list, which we only have 2 people on. So we're missing one. But Bob Baker was BB, who ran the dance station. So I think he might be our 3rd. He didn't run plus BB, but if I had to guess, he would be the 3rd main guy. Although I don't know if it's right. These seem like our low-level drug dealers, so I'm not sure why they would be the main connections. The alternative to 3 is that it's not the RAN list, that those are our drug dealers, but it's BB, and then it's the names of the people at the plant place and at Wilson's, the factory floor manager, and at the artist, at the movie theater, movie production company. So the names of those people, which we did we write down at some point? Yeah. So this would be the associate artists. So that would be Jay Silverstein and the guy who ran, could even be the guy who ran the Plaza shop, for all we know. But I don't really understand how to be clear about that. So I don't really know how to answer that question 3, except for Bob Baker. I mean, even though Rob is saying question 3 wants the names of the main drug dealers, I just don't know how to be sure about those people. So maybe we'll just be ambiguous about that. All right, I'm ready for the answers. I'm ready for this to be over. Okay, where is our cubes? All right, here we go. Let's do it piece by piece. Who was the major supplier of imported drugs to Metro City? It's Xavier Hernandez. Okay, so we got that right. Where's our answers? We'll have to. 1 was correct. Okay. Person responsible for the death of reporter Dan Clayton was Charlie Vallis. And that's it. No explanation of how he got into the car, how he could plant an electronic car bomb with electronics and get the dynamite from Louisiana. Charlie Vallis, who was a low-level criminal, somehow is responsible on his own for this. That's insanity, but okay. Okay, now, who were the 3 contacts? Okay. Vincent Torin, Franklin Turner, and Charlie Vallis. Okay, so Charlie Vallis we knew was one of the drug dealers, so he should have been on that list. Now, where is Franklin? Vincent Torren we did visit. I don't remember what he was connected to, though. Let's see if it's on my list. Okay, Vincent Torren was perhaps one of the people we considered Big V. I don't know. What is Franklin Turner? I don't remember if we ran into him. We could investigate those later if those were people running someplace. Let me know if you remember how we. Vincent Torren was in our list in the mug book, but I don't know about Franklin Turner. Okay. The 3 local drug manufacturing facilities, feed labs, oh, it's methamphetamine, not cocaine, are located at Redco Paint. We figured that out. Morris Drugs. We didn't figure out Morris Drugs. And Wilson's Dairy, which we did figure out. By quite correctly identifying a lab location, you also get credit for the arrest of the inside accomplice. So Redco was Jim Barnes. Morris Drugs was Percy and Wilson. So the one we didn't figure out was Morris Drugs. How were we supposed to figure out Morris Drugs? We don't know. But the other 2 we got. Okay. 3 drug storage locations were Building C at the Railroad, Valley Mini Storage, and Building H. So we got those all correct. Now, here's the street pushers. There's supposed to be 18 of them. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got, I believe, let's see, I believe we got 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have us as 9. Okay, so we got half of them. The other half look like they might just be people in the mug book who are low-level drug dealers, and there was no other way to come upon them. There clearly weren't 18 in our detective's notes, but okay. Location of places used for the sale of drugs. Okay, so this was our list that the newspaper people told us about. Let's see what it wants. So, Arms High School, North Star Hotel, Wild Wally's, those were all up here. Bellwood Liquors, Ballroom Dance, Chief Theater, Burger Time, West High School. So basically all 8 of these places are the 8 here. He's like, I'm sure these are, I don't know. And it turns out all 8 are just the answers. So the exact list we got from the other newspaper guy is the exact answer. You go to that one place, you get all 8 of these. Okay? And then here's how you would score. Highest possible score is 31. 1 through 7, return to the correct answers. Okay. Seeking arrest, search warrants, on or before day 3, day 4, day 4, on or before. All right, we don't get any of these, so we just get these after day 3. For seeking arrest, search warrants, on or after day 4, 3. So, key witnesses clues: George Hirsch, Ted Jinks, Wes Johnson, Carlton Jones, Frank McIntyre, Railroad Freight, Redco Paint, Riverside Warehouses, I feel like we didn't go to some of these places, but maybe I'm just misremembering their names as being the owners of some of the newspaper places. This is the other newspaper. I'm not sure what the rest of these are. And this might have been the other TV station. So I see. Half merit points, 1 merit points. How are we supposed to calculate the score? Not that I really care, but numbers 1 through 7 refer to the correct answers listed above. Example 1 is the major supplier. I see. So we add these up. I get it. Okay. So basically, we got 1.5 merit points for that. Then we got 1 merit point for that. That's 2.5. Question 3, we got this mostly correct. 1/2 for each. So 2.5, 3.5. And then question 4, we got 2 of the 3 places. So 2.5, 3.5, 4. Then we got all of these correct. 2.5, 3.5, 4, 5, 6, 6 points. 6 merit points out of 31. In order to get a top score, you would have had to try to arrest everyone on day 3, I guess. Okay. Melissa says, I've only been able to come and go for short periods. How can it be done in less than 4 days? That's crazy. Marnova said these were the original speedrunners who were the people who could have solved this in 3 days. Rob says, not to mention completing it in 2 days. That's 8 clue points visited. Although you don't need to answer all questions correctly, you still score based on the day you end the case. We would have actually been better off ending it on the first day. I think we may have figured out the main guy and a couple of the warehouses. We should have ended it on day 2 and just taken our top points here. We would have gotten a better score and ignored everything else. Okay. Well, boy, that was an insane case. Let's take a 3-minute break and come back. For those of you who are still here, I'd love for you to stick around just so we could talk about it briefly, about the experience and the lessons learned, the cautions for when we write cases, what we've learned not to do. So I'll see you in 3 minutes. We'll wrap up this case with our final thoughts. All right, we're back to give our final thoughts on Mugbook, the fourth case we've played, actually the second case in this entire game system, and looks like probably the longest case in the book. Made the full use of the entire time frame, 2-week long case. It felt like 2 weeks. And for the most part, this case feels like a cautionary tale. Rob warned us that this case was super long. Why it was case 2, I don't know. It was by far the worst of the 4 cases we've played. In fact, most of the other cases have been pretty satisfying. This one was very frustrating. It does make you wonder, though, what the structure was, what the decision was to put it where. We have spent a bunch of time learning about the drug pushers, though. Might make our life a little easier. So let's talk about it in terms of lessons. Rob does say this is the longest case in the book. Okay. So a couple things. First of all, we've learned one thing is very clear. All of these games where time is being tracked, it's clear that your game should be designed so that you write in the place you go on each time. It makes it much harder to forget to advance time, much easier to track where you've been. This is clearly the right way to do it. We do it this way in New York Noir. The same thing where you track time, you track where you go. That's clearly the right way to make this kind of game. Okay, that's a little mechanical thing. Now, let's talk about this case a little bit. The setup for this case was very compelling. It was clearly a big, long case. Clearly a case where there were going to be we were tasked to find out as much as we could. So we knew, okay, we might run out of time. We might not find everything out, but try to find out as much as you can about this drug ring. But the other reason why it was such a good setup is because it's the traditional framing of an investigative reporter was investigating and then got killed. That gives you like someone personal that you're trying to get retribution for, trying to get justice for, to validate that person's work. But it also gave us this little air of conspiracy, that there's someone with some real power behind the scenes that could have someone killed, have a reporter killed. It increases the danger level. You know you're dealing with people that might kill you to shut you up. And could we discover hidden information that the reporter had found out that hadn't been reported? The setup was great. And then immediately the case took a nosedive right off the edge, because it told us here are the places the reporter was investigating. So we just went to those places, and in one of those places, it told us clearly the name of the bad guy. The answer to the most important questions of the case was just given to us, pretty much. I mean, we had found him in the Mugbook, but it was obvious to us at that point we had solved the main, most important element of this case, which is not what you want, right? You want these cases to sort of build to uncovering the mastermind at the end. It's very odd that we found that person in the beginning. And then we spent a good hour looking through the Mugbook, trying to solve the questions of how to match dealers' nicknames to their real names. And that was actually, I can see why that might have been unpleasant in the live stream, but it wasn't unpleasant work. It was sort of police procedural work, looking for names, nicknames, that kind of stuff. And it wasn't unpleasant. And so basically we found those 8 people. Now there were 8 more drug dealers that I don't know how the game expected us to find those people. It feels like it wasn't really practical to find them. And then two of the drug dealers made a run for it. And if we had called an alert, maybe they wouldn't have escaped. But I think that wasn't the worst thing because it seems like that wasn't important. However, one of those drug dealers was not just the drug dealer, but the murderer of our reporter. And somehow he planted some high sophistication electronic ignition-based bomb in the car, and the game just gave up giving us any rationale for how he could have done that. So I was really focused on he had to have a partner, someone, a hitman brought in from Miami, which I guess we should still assume he did. It's just the game did not ask us to figure it out. That was odd, and no evidence that there was another person, but common sense tells us there must have been. And then the whole tracking down of locations was the most bizarre part about this case, because we couldn't figure out any logic to how we could have figured it out. And then when we really searched everywhere, we really ran out of our patience. We got a hint from Rob about talk to other media sources, and we went to the other newspaper in town. We went right away. In fact, the first lead we followed in this case was going to the reporter's editor and saying, tell us everything you got. And he basically didn't have any information. And then Rob said, hey, maybe we should go to the other newspapers. We went to the other newspaper, and the other newspaper said, here's your list of your 8 answers. He said, here's the 4 I know for sure and the 4 I'm pretty sure. And those turned out to be the exact 8 that were involved in the crime. And not only that, but half those places we went to and there was no entry in the book for. A weird one is we went to a hotel that our guy was investigating, and that hotel guy said, hey, I let your reporter come in here. He was undercover. He didn't find anything, but I know for sure there is a hotel. I know the hotel where they are drug dealing. And he doesn't tell us the name of the hotel. And when we went to the hotel on our own, there was no entry for it. That makes that's just beyond crazy. The fact that the newspaper guy had the full list, he just gave it to us. And then we had even been to one of those places and there was no entry. Insane. And then when we went to the TV stations, 4 of them or so, 3 had nothing and 1 had video footage of the killer and gave us the exact name of the killer. Just bizarre. Totally bizarre. And then all the leads that felt like they should lead us to something else. Like when we got the name of the main guy in Miami who we figured out was running it, we thought surely that's going to give us some clue. Like he runs a fishery, a cannery, he's from Miami, like all Hernandez, like all of those things that should have unlocked further chains, nothing did. In fact, if there was one commonality between every clue in this case is that everything was just one step. We learned one name and that was it. They never led us anywhere else. Really a terrible violation of all the rules of how to build a case like this. No, normally when you play these kinds of games, if the game wants to tell you that you should investigate the drugstore that the suspect must have used, if you go to the drugstores nearby, the game's like, we go into the drugstore, but the guy doesn't remember our suspect. Little implicit clues that tell you you're on the right track. That's the whole basis for these games, that they're not so fragile, that you have to give players some sign that they're thinking correctly, that they're on the right track, either the right physical track of talking to people or the right mental track. And this game violated it over and over and over again, whether it was the lack of leads in certain places, where it was whether we went to a place, if the guy was innocent, he gave a one-liner that was like, is he innocent or not? We can't tell. He's like, I don't know of any drug dealing here. Or you go to the guilty places and the guy's like, I don't know of any drug dealing here. There is no way for us to separate the liars from the truth tellers. And then there are a couple other problems I really had where the game's like, the evidence has been analyzed. It's in the police evidence room, but no clue. Does that mean we can find it or not? That was very frustrating. Tons of frustration in this game. But let's remember, this is a 40-year-old game. It's kind of crazy that we're playing a 40-year-old game whose author is probably dead or not watching this video, perhaps. Might have descendants that are alive. It's a crazy amount of effort went into making this game. So perhaps we're being a little harsh on it, but it really does feel like we're playing this little found item that needed some more iterations, needed some more playtesting. We don't even know. We could be among a handful of people who have played this game and are still alive. You could imagine this case, maybe only 10 people played it in the history of the planet, and most of them might be dead. Rob says the author of this game system is dead. Well, that's sad, but was he taken out by players of this game? So let me read some of these comments here. By far the longest game. The ordering of the cases is puzzling. There doesn't seem to be any thought behind it. To start with shorter, easier cases, for example. Another problem was the scope of the investigation. All other cases have clear and simple tasks, like who is the murderer, where is the kidnapping victim. This one had 7 questions with answers up to 18 persons. Melissa says, is there any kind of rating for this game? Is it supposed to upper limit of difficulty, like on purpose, or was this just off by design? Rob says there's no difficulty rating for the cases. The order seems random. I mean, look, there's a lot to complain about on this case, but the previous 3 cases we've played, I quite enjoyed. And, you know, there is something quite special about playing this 40-year-old game that only a handful of people have ever experienced. Like, we're reading entries that a handful of people on planet Earth have ever read and will ever read. It is a very rare experience that we're having, and we are traveling back a little bit in time to 1984. It is a very interesting experience to be in the middle of. And I do sort of think about these games, especially from the 80s, like the Dungeons and Dragons stuff. Like, there's a whole class of games that don't really get play tested. And I think of that often when I look at the role-playing games. Someone has written some scenario and they're like, is it really worth testing? Is it balanced? No, but that's okay. And I feel like that's kind of where we are here. I'm not sure there was any real attempt to balance or play test this or worry about if there's a way to find all these people or not. It's just sort of an experience, and part of the experience is frustration. And lessons for us. I do feel like a lot of what we're getting from Mugbook is cautionary tales when we write the cases. You can see some of it is just reminding us, yes, a built-in hint system is a smart idea. And yes, you do have to nudge people around and give them clues that they're on the right track. Okay, well, I appreciate all of you joining me. I'm glad to have company. 6.5 hours. Well, we got our long Mugbook game. We certainly got it. All right, well, thank you for joining me. We'll play something again next week, maybe something a little shorter and easier, or not. Let me know on the Board Game Geek GameQ thread for this channel if there's something you want to play in particular. I'm thinking maybe we'll start the Time Stories Wave 2 White Box series. We've got a couple games to play. We're heading into October where we'll be playing lots of creepy, scary, spooky games. We have a couple of deluxe ones. Thank you to Rob, who helped keep us from the worst of things here. Okay, the rest of you, I'll see you next week.